Hello, and welcome to the CISSP exam preparation course. My name is Muhammad Atif. I am an information security consultant and a certified instructor with more than 20 years of experience implementing and managing information security management system project with a strong background in implementing different information security compliance framework and regulation. I worked with different type of organization, government, multinational organizations such as IBM, private sectors, and law enforcement. And I have 16 courses published online. 9 of them are bestseller courses. And all my courses are in information security and ethical hacking. My previous CISSP training was a bestseller courses for 2 years. And I'm proud to say that I helped hundreds of students to clear their CISSP exam from the first attempt and get certified and joining the information security career, which has a very high demand in the market today. So the course is not just about the skills and knowledge that you will learn, but also it will guarantee that if you follow my plan and use my resources, you will be able to pass the CISSP exam easily, which is a must if you plan to get an information security job or position. Before starting our training, allow me to give you a brief about the value of the CISSP certificate. What is exactly the CISSP certificate? If you know about that, you can skip this lecture and move to the next lecture. But if you are new to the information security and you need to know more about the information security field and what kind of certificate you need to hold to be able to find a decent job in this field, maybe you need to listen to this lecture and the upcoming lecture. If you plan to work in information security or you are moving from your current career to information security career, you need to hold a professional certificate. Holding a professional certificate in this field, it's like holding a license. Think about it. If you know how to drive a car, but you don't hold a license, you don't have a license, a driving license, no one will allow you to drive its car. While if you have a driver license, it means that you know how to drive a vehicle and how to manage a car. Same concept apply for information security. If you plan to work in this field, you need to hold a license. So holding an information security certificate, it's like having a license. And usually when we are doing interview for candidate for information security position, if they hold a certificate like CISSP, it reflects that they have a good knowledge in information security. And sometimes we can skip some questions because just by having this certificate, it indicates that those people know about information security implementation. So it's a very, very valuable asset to have if you plan to work in information security. Now, it's not the only certificate. In information security, we have a lot of certificates. We have the CISSP, we have the CISSP, we have or Certified Information Security Manager, we have Certified Information System Auditor. We have a lot of certificates. But what is the value of this certificate? Should I start with it or should I start with another certificate? CISSP, or Certified Information System Security Professional, is a certificate issued by IC2. And you can go to their website, know about the certificate and the value of the certificate and how to hold certificate, what is the prerequisite for the certificate and so on. But if you do a little research yourself about the top 10 information security certificate, you're going to find that CISSP is the first one. We have other certificate, but still CISSP is the most valuable certificate. And if you do more research about the value of the CISSP certificate, you can find out that the most recognized certificate in this field is the CISSP, remain one of the most widely recognized of all information security certification. And it's mentioned more frequently in job posting and classified job ads. So you can do your homework, you can do some research to know which certificate you should start with, and you will end up that CISSP is the most valuable one. Now, it's not a hard certificate at all. It's not a technical certificate. You need to be aware of that. CISSP, it's more into the information security management area. So even if you have like a weak technical background, you don't have to worry. You may spend more effort and more time, and I'll be supporting you the full way until you get certified. But you should not consider this as a technical certificate, because CISSP is not a technical certificate. It's more into the information security management certificate. So this is quite important to understand, that even if you are just starting, it will take you a little bit more time and it will take a little bit more effort, but you don't have to worry about that. Because to be able to get the certificate, it's not about the amount of knowledge you know, it's about thinking as management or thinking as information security specialist. This is not thinking as a technical people. And actually, I know a lot of people that came from a technical background. Some of them were network administrator or security administrator. They came from a pure technical background and they failed the exam because they depend only on their technical knowledge, which is not the main issue here. Okay, and in the upcoming lectures, I'm going to give you some idea about what I'm talking about, how to think as an information security manager or information security officer and so on. But the objective of this specific lecture is to show you the value of this certificate. And as you can see, it's very, very valuable and very, very recognized. So it works. It's a very good investment in your effort and your time until you get the certificate. CISSP curriculum consists of 8 different domains. And to be able to pass the exam and get certified and find a decent job, you need to not just understand the terminology and concepts related to those 8 domains, but also you need to know how we should implement them in a real environment or a real organization. That's why I will not depend on your background, but I will start from scratch and I will explain all the terminology and definitions, but also I'm going to show you how we are implementing them in a real life environment. How, if you get hired in a specific job, how can you do a risk assessment? The type of risk management the type of risk assessment that we are following. What is asset management? What is the asset security? What is the different domain in any information security management system? And how realistically are we doing it? So what I'm trying to say is that the objective of this training, it's not just to read the slide or to explain a definition or a terminology. It's not like that. It's to give you the real experience, in a sense that if you get hired tomorrow after getting certified, you will be able to start working in this environment and start doing your task in an effective way. So I will be sharing with you a lot of plans, documents, templates, showing you how we are doing it in real organization and so on. So the 8 different domains in the CISSP curriculum will be: first, the security and risk management. And the first part of this domain, it's like an introductory part where we are talking about what do we mean by security, what is the different element of an information security, and so on. And then we're going to move to a very, very important topic, which is the risk management. Usually, risk, it's one of the initial tasks that we are doing in security implementation. You need to identify what risk you are facing to be able to consider what security control you need to implement. Then we're going to talk about the asset security. Again, the first two domain is the first step to implement an information security management system. Think about it. If you are implementing security in your home, you need to buy some alarm system, or you need to buy some or hire some security guards or something like that. How much you're going to decide how much you will be spending on that, on security? It depends about the asset values that you have. What do you have in your house, right? And it depends about what risk you are facing. Those are the usually two main steps you are doing to be able to decide about what kind of security you will be implementing. Because if you don't have that much assets at your house, you should not spend $10,000 or $20,000 to secure your house. It doesn't make any sense. If you live in a place where it's a very secure area, so the risk, it's not that high, maybe you don't need to spend that much. So same concept apply on business, but in a bigger scales. So the first two domain, if you understand them very well, you will know how to start implementing information security from scratch. How usually you are starting this field. Then we're going to talk about security engineering. Then fourth domain will be about communication and network security. This domain was in the previous version of CISSP and still the same. And then we're going to talk about identity and access management. Then security assessment and testing, and security operation, and finally software development security. So those are the 8 different domains that we will be covering in our training. And as I told you, it's not about the terminology. It's not about, because actually inside the exam, they are not testing the amount of knowledge or amount of information you know. They are testing how you can utilize them for implementing information security management. So it's quite important to relate or map whatever we are explaining to real life scenarios. This is the best way that will allow you in a very short period of time to understand the concept and pass the exam. Two things you need to know about the CISSP certificate. First, this certificate is technology neutral. I mean, it's not explaining a specific technology. It's talking about general terminology related to security. After all, this is not a technical certificate, as I mentioned before. Second point is that the CISSP keep changing. Sometimes they change the curriculum, and sometimes they change the exam. And they do that every couple of years. So it's frequently keep changing. The one that is covered by this course is the latest one. This course is fulfilling the latest CISSP requirement. According to IC2, the CISSP exam will change in 15 of April 2018. So this course is for the new CISSP exam that is effective after April 15, 2018. It's the same curriculum, it's still 8 domains, but the way that they will be, or the way that they are changing the exam, it's completely different than the previous one. In the new exam, they have specific topics from the course that need to be covered very well to be able to pass the exam and get certified. And in IC2, you will find a link. If you click on this link, it will show you all the details about the new exam. So this is the document from IC2 website. I will attach this document to the lecture, but you still can go yourself to IC2 website and download it. And here you're gonna find the new exam information. Right now, CISSP, it's more interactive exam. It's called the CAT exam. It used to be 6 hours. Right now, it's 3 hours. And it has from 100 to 150 questions and multiply choice. Passing grade is 70%, still like previous. And the exam language is English, and where you can take the exam. Now, those are the 8 domains that we will be covering inside the course. The amount of questions related to each domain is here. So risk management, 16% of the exam, which is a high percentage. Asset management, 10, 12. But still, you need to give attention to all domains. You don't want to lose any question. And this was the old exam information. It used to be 6 hours, 250 questions, but it's not there anymore. And it used to be 10 domain, but right now it's 8 domain. And in each domain, you will find what actually are the important topic that you need to be aware about for this domain. So you need to understand the security governance and principle. You need to understand the compliance. You need to understand the legal and regulation and so on. So it's like highlighting the important point of each domain, which will allow you to map those points to what you are learning in this training or in any other training. So it's quite important that you print this document and you keep it beside you. And after finishing each domain, you need to understand, or you need to highlight the points that has been covered, and you are comfortable with those points. And you need also to highlight the points that was not that clear. And you're gonna have a channel to contact me directly in case you are missing any point, or you need some additional resources, or you have any doubts or question about any specific point. But after all, this will be your reference. Before sitting inside the exam, you should have a check sign beside each one of those points. So this is a very, very important topic or a very important issue to consider. What are the requirements for the new exam that is launched after April 2018, 14th of April 2018. In this lecture, we're going to talk about the course material and resources. In the sense that what exactly you will be getting once you enroll in my CISSP training. The first thing that you're going to get is a study plan, which is quite important. Because when it comes to the CISSP training, you should not randomly study from different resources and searching online from different resources and looking for people feedback. It will take you a very long time to study and pass the exam. I will give you a study plan that is fully dedicated for you. It will allow you to study the course, prepare for the exam, and pass the exam in a very short period of time. So if you follow my plan, you will be able to get certified in a very short period of time, and the plan study from scratch. I had a similar plan for my previous CISSP training, the previous version, and it was very, very successful. Hundreds of students who was able to pass the exam from the first attempt following this plan. So the first resources that you will get from this course will be the study plan. Then you're going to get the course material. You will not have to search online for any material or any book. You will get the proper CISSP course material that you can use. Only my material would be more than enough for you to study and pass the exam. Also, you're going to get the latest exam practice question. And this is very, very important. Because as you're going to notice inside the training, that CISSP curriculum is not hard. So why people is not passing the exam from the first attempt easily? Because the exam is very tricky. So it's not about the knowledge. It's about to be aware of the tricks inside the questions. And unless someone sit with you and tell you, be aware of the following in any question. Most probably, if you are taking that by yourself, you will be failing the first time. So I will give a lot of exam practice questions for you to solve, and we're going to solve together a lot of exam questions just to show you how to distinguish the tricky part inside the question. So very, very important for the CISSP exam to practice as much question as you can from the right resources. So I will provide you with a lot of exam practice questions, and I will tell you what exactly do you need to solve to be able to sit for the exam and pass it. You will also have access to a student portal, and all the material will be on the student portal. Besides, some additional resources will be on the portal as well. So for instance, a lot of templates will be there. If we are talking about risk assessment and you need to look how risk assessment document look like, you will find a lot of those documents in the template folder. Or if you need to know how to do an information asset register, which is the main requirement in any information security implementation, and you don't know how to do it, maybe you understand the concept, but you don't know how the document look like, you will find a lot of those documents there. Policy, procedures, business continuity planning, disaster recovery. So besides the material and the resources, also you will find a lot of templates there. So you're going to have access to a student portal, and it's an updated portal. So you will notice a lot of documents keep getting updated from time to time. I'm uploading a lot of new material, new exam practice questions. So it will be your main repository for resources. You can have an account where you can access all the resources there. Also, once you finish this training, you're going to get an attendance certificate with 10 CPEs. Now, later on, we're going to explain the CPEs. CPEs is kind of credit that you need to maintain your certificate or renew it. So once you get the CISSP, you're going to need to get 120 CPE every 3 years. But we're going to talk about that later on. But once you finish the course, you can request your attendance certificate, and it will allow you to get 10 CPEs. And finally, you will get my full support. So it's not like just few videos that you can watch and some material and that's it. But I'm going to give you a channel from where you can contact me if you have any question or any doubts, and I'll reply back to you. So you're going to have my full support until you finish the course and pass the exam and get certified. In this lecture, I will talk about how the course should flow and what will be the follow-up process. In the previous version of the CISSP that I was delivering, I found some weakness that I would like to prevent in this course. And the weakness was, if you start studying CISSP without having a plan and a specific flow for the course, and most important, a follow-up process from the instructor, it will take you longer time. Yes, eventually you will be able to achieve your goal and you will be able to sit for the exam. But if you go through or if you following a specific plan with a specific task, this actually will save you a lot of time and effort. So how the course will be going and what will be my responsibility in following up with the student. First, we will be going domain by domain. So reading the full book at the beginning, then starting reading it one more time, I don't think this is an effective way to be able to accomplish the full training in a short period of time. But I suggest that you take one domain by domain, read it very well, identify all the points in the domain, then use the exam practice question that I will be providing you. It will be actually on the student portal to solve questions related to this domain before moving to the next domain. So you should not go through the full course first and start practicing the question. It will take you a long time. But if you finish and complete domain by domain, this is more effective. And by the end of the training, you will be able to sit for the exam in a very short period of time. Besides, as you may know, or if you are new to this course, that the CISSP, it's not that deep. The knowledge itself, it's not that deep. It just, as they keep saying, 1 mile wide and 1 inch deep, in a sense that it's a lot of topics, but just like a main definition about each topic. It's not like diving deep into any of the topics. But the real challenge is into the exam part. The exam is so tricky. That's why solving exam practice question from the right source, this is the main challenge here. And you don't have to worry about that, because I will be providing you with the latest exam practice questions. So you don't have to worry about that for the new version, for the new CISSP version. So we're going to take domain by domain. And after completing each domain, you're going to take the exam practice question from the document that is on the student portal and solve the question related to this domain. Once you complete this domain, you will drop me an email telling me that you've finished the following domain. For instance, you finished the risk assessment domain or the asset management domain. And finish here is referring to that you finish the domain, you watch the video, you read the book, and you solve the exam practice question, and you are comfortable about this domain. And what I will be doing, I will send you a small exam related to this domain. And actually it will be a little bit hard or harder than the exam practice question. And from the result, I will be able to find out if you are, if you did cover the domain in a proper way, or you still have some missing point. So by solving my exam and send me the results, you know, what was the result in my exam, I will let you know, no, you are not ready for moving to the next domain, or you covered the domain very well and you are ready to move to the next domain. So this is my plan. I will let you finish the domain from my course and my video and book and exam practice questions that I'm going to submit for you. And once you finish each domain, you're just going to drop me an email, and I'm going to give you my communication channel in the next lecture. And I will send you an exam practice or an exam for this domain only. And from the result, we will know if you are ready for the next domain or not. Once you finish all the domains, the 8 domains, you will also drop me an email telling me that you finish all of them. And then I'm going to send you a final exam, like a simulation. It will be similar to the real exam in the number of questions, but I will try to make it a little bit harder, okay, a little bit tricky. And according to this exam or to this final exam result, you will know if you are ready for the final CISSP exam or not. So what I'm trying to say is that we're gonna maintain a communication channel until you finish the course, and by doing that, we will be able to finish the course in a very short period of time. Because from my experience, I know many people who decided to take the CISSP and it just end up with time, reading and reading. They don't know from where to start. They don't know how they are comfortable or how to make sure they are comfortable to sit for the exam. So I think this would be the proper plan that will have my involvement as well to follow up and accordingly to let you know when you will be ready for the exam. From the assignments that I'm going to keep sending you, and for the exam practice questions that I'm going to keep sending you. Also, we're going to do a webinar every 3 weeks. This is actually one of my plans as well. And the webinar will be recorded, so even if you don't have time to attend, I'll be uploading it to a channel where you can see. But the objective of the webinar frequently. It's just to let you know about the important point in each domain and to answer all your questions. So this is the course flow and the follow-up process, which I think if you follow up with that, you will be able to accomplish the course and sit for the exam in a very short period of time. The last point in the introduction and before we start moving to the first domain, it's to provide you some important communication channels. The first channel that I would like you to have, it's the email that you can use in case you have any question or any doubts. It's CISSP@infosec4tc.com. And please allow 24 to 48 hours to get the reply. I'll do my best, but sometimes due to the large amount of question I receive per day, it takes me 1 or 2 days maximum. Secondly, I have a closed Facebook group for my CISSP student. This is very important because it's not just about to get the knowledge and so on. You also need to get the update regarding the exam from other students who recently sat for the exam. And from their feedback, you will actually get to know how the thing is going. Is it hard? Is it easy? Are you ready? They will give you the point of focus. So it's very, very important, beside moving through the course according to our plan, also to get the update from the student who recently sat for the exam. So this is my page, facebook.com/infosec4tc. And once you log into my page, you will find a closed CISSP group for my student where they can communicate, they can exchange opinion, they can talk about different topics. It's very, very useful. And I saw that a lot of students was able to achieve in a short period of time following other student experience. So it's a very good approach actually. A third communication channel will be my LinkedIn profile, which is LinkedIn/infosec4tc as well. And it's not for the exam purpose, but it's more about the realistic environment. Maybe new standard, new compliance, some framework, so it's more into the professional area. If you need to contact me through my LinkedIn profile, just to be aware of what's new in the field. And finally, you can also you can follow me on Twitter, and this is my address as well. The first domain of this course will be about security risk management. And this is a very important domain. And it includes a lot of topics that we will be covering. And even inside the exam, you will find good amount of questions related to risk management, because actually the first approach to any security implementation should be from the risk management perspective. So you need to understand, what do we mean by risk management? What is risk in the first place? Can we calculate risk? Do we have risk management strategy? So you don't have to worry, because you're going to start from scratch, and we're going to explain the risk management process step by step with a lot of real life scenario and a lot of templates that will help you if you are doing a risk assessment yourself, to be able to understand how it's done. But the domain is not only covering risk management, but we're going to cover a lot of other points. Like, for instance, we're going to start with some definitions, which is quite important to this training. So you need to understand what is risk, what is threat, vulnerability, governance, compliance. Those are very important terminology for anyone who is working in information security. So we're going to start with some definitions. What is CIA and other relevant definitions. Then we're going to talk about security documentations. realistically, you will be involved in a lot of documentation in your work. Policy, procedures, guidelines. You need to understand how it's done. From where can you get templates? What is the difference between the policy and procedures and baseline and guidelines and so on? So it's important to know the main documentations that we are using, and then we're going to talk about risk management. This is a very, very, very important topic. You need to understand risk from scratch because it's a main core of any security implementation. And then we're going to talk about threat modeling. Also, we'll be talking or covering the business continuity planning, and I'm going to show you how it's done and what is the difference between business continuity and disaster recovery. We will be covering accusation strategy and practice, personal security policies, and security awareness and trainings. So those are some of the points that we're going to cover in this domain. But it's not about the definitions, because it will not help you if you just understand the concept. It's not really what we are looking for. I want you to relate whatever we are explaining with real life implementation. So for instance, if we are talking about risk management, you need to understand what is risk management, what is risk assessment, the different type of risk assessment, how it's done, what is the risk management strategy, can we calculate risk? So you need to start from scratch and you need to know how it's done with real implementation or real documentation. That's why on the student portal you will find a lot of templates. So if we are talking about risk assessment, for instance, and you need to know how it's done, I will show it to you. But also I'm going to keep some templates on the student portal that will help you if you are doing that realistically, or if you get hired somewhere, you will be knowing or having some documents that will guide you how to do it. So it's important to relate whatever we are talking about with the real life implementation. In this lecture, we're going to explain some important information security terminology. Those terminology will be used during this training, and you will be use them realistically in any job or any position. So we're going to start with a very basic definition, which is the CIA triad. CIA, which stands for the confidentiality, integrity, and availability, is the definition of the security. Let me explain it in a different way. How can you define security? How can you say that your company is secure? Or let's take it on a smaller scale. If you have a laptop or a smartphone, how can you say that this smartphone is secure? If you just assign a password on it, you will consider that secure? Okay, maybe you have a smartphone and you did assign a password on it so you can prevent unauthorized people or unauthorized access. But what if you lost the phone? That means you lost the information. So I cannot saying that just by assigning a password we will consider that security. So security is to provide three different elements. First, confidentiality, which is making sure that no authorized user can access the information. And a good example will be a password. When I'm assigning a password on my computer or on my smartphone or on any system, why I'm doing that? Because I need to make sure that only people who got the password will be able to access the information, which reflects that only people who are authorized can access the information. But if someone is not authorized to access the information, I will not give him a password. This is a small definition of confidentiality. Okay. Integrity, which means data should not be manipulated or should not be changed. So what I have a lot of critical information, they had not been hacked or stolen, but they had been modified. So I need to prevent that. I need to put some control that information should not be been modified unless it's authorized. So I cannot have a bank account that has $1,000 and tomorrow I check it's $50. Someone logged in and changed the information. He didn't steal the information, he changed it. So providing integrity is one of the security elements. Third is availability. So also one of the important elements in any security is to make sure that the information is available all the time. And if we are talking about the same example, which is your smartphone, and assume that this smartphone has a lot of important information, contacts, emails, personal picture, personal videos, and so on, and you did secure it with a password, but you lost it, you lost the information. The password didn't help you. But if you are taking backup of the information and you lost your phone, and the information it's backed up so you can restore it on any other device, then you provided availability for the information. So my point here, whatever we are doing in information security should provide one of those three elements. If we are assigning password, we are talking about access control and assigning password, we are doing that to provide confidentiality. If we are encrypting the information, we are encrypting the information to provide confidentiality and integrity. And we're going to see that while we are talking about cryptography. If you are taking backup, it's for providing availability. And usually we are writing that in most of our security documents that we did this solution to provide the following element: confidentiality, integrity, availability, and so on. It may seem easy to understand, but sometimes you get some question about that. It's kind of tricky. Sometimes they will ask you, for instance, backup is for providing what? Is it confidentiality? Is it integrity? Is it availability? Backup has nothing to, encryption. Encryption is for providing what? It's for providing confidentiality and integrity, and it has nothing to do with availability. While backup, it's an availability solution, and so on. So whatever we are doing in this training should be, or actually in information security in general, should be to provide one of those three elements. The second important definition, set of definitions that I would like to refer to will be the following. First, assets. What is an asset? Now, to be able to explain the asset, we need to distinguish between physical asset and information asset. Okay. So for instance, let's take your smartphone one more time. Your smartphone has a lot of information on it, right? This information, could be very important for you. You may have important contact, important email, important document, picture, and so on and so forth. Okay. If you lose your phone for some reason, you forget your phone somewhere or you lose it somewhere, what will be your main loss? It will be the phone price, or it will be the information on your phone. Most probably, you will be more upset about the information on your phone because it will take you time, especially if you are not taking backup frequently. So you need to get all those contacts again, and you need to get all those emails and all those information one more time, right? So we usually have two different types of assets. We have the physical assets, things like computers, desk, shares, and so on. And we have the information asset, which is in most cases are more important to any business or personal than the physical assets. So most of the time, the information that you have on your laptop is most important than the laptop itself, or on your smartphone, or on your tablet. And the same concept is, and even more, it's on the business perspective. So usually business, the information that they have, it's more valuable and more important than the physical assets. Think about a bank. In a bank, the information that they have, all the customer information and all the financial information, transaction and everything, is this more valuable than the physical asset of this bank, like shares and table and so on? I mean, for instance, if a bank lost a share get broken, or a computer get broken or crashed, it's some kind of damage. Okay, it will cost them some money. But what if they lost their customer information? What do you think about that? Think about a bank that lost all the customer information and their balance. What will be the loss, the damage, the low cases that will be against them, and so on and so forth. So usually, and because we have a specific domain about that, as an organization, you should have a list of all your assets, especially the information assets. A lot of people will have an inventory for their physical assets. They know all the computer, all the shares, all the tables. They have an inventory for that. But many companies don't have the same list that includes the information asset, which is realistically more important than physical assets. So it's quite important to understand what we are protecting. Because in another way, I cannot have an assets that worth million and spend a couple of thousand of protecting them, or vice versa. I may have assets that doesn't worth that much and spending 1 million to protect it. So it's an important concept to understand. But don't worry, we'll cover that in upcoming lectures. So you need to understand that I need to identify what exactly I am protecting. What is my assets? Information assets, which is most important, and physical assets as well. Now we're going to talk about threat, vulnerability, and risk. I will not spend a lot of lecture talking about definitions, because I will divide the definitions on different relevant lectures. So what is a threat and what is a vulnerability? Okay, vulnerability is a weakness in your system. Now, before explaining this part as well, you need to understand that we are not talking only about technical security. We are talking about technical security in this course, and physical security and administrative security. So when I'm talking about weakness, I don't refer only to weakness into the computer system and the servers and so on. I'm talking about any kind of weakness. So for instance, you may have a door that doesn't have a lock. It's a weakness. You maybe don't have enough firefighting equipment. It's a weakness. So you need to understand that security is a very generic concept. And when we are talking about information security, we are talking about securing them technically and physically, and administrative security as well. And we're going to give a lot of examples while going through this course. But again, vulnerability is a weakness in the system, while threats, it's an event that potentially may come and may do some damage. Let me give you a small example. Let me start with a technical example. If your computer doesn't have an antivirus, this is a vulnerability. It's a weakness. What could go wrong because of that? You may get infected with a virus. This is a threat. If you don't have a firefighting equipment in your building, this is a vulnerability. What could go wrong because of that? Fire may happen. This is a threat. So this is the difference between a vulnerability and a threat. Not all vulnerability will have a threat. So for instance, I maybe don't have an alarm system in my company. It's a vulnerability. But I have an alarm system in the whole building. So I don't have a threat because I already have an alarm in a different place. But in my company, I don't have. So what I'm trying to say is that not all vulnerability will have a threat. I may have an open port on my computer. It's a vulnerability. But I don't have any program or any service that can be hacked because of this port. So I don't have a threat. So usually when we are identifying all vulnerability, we need also to identify the threats related to them. I will not spend too much time explaining definitions because I decided to divide them on different lectures, relevant lectures. But I will go through the important part. So I explain the assets, the threats, the vulnerability. I need to talk about risk, which is the main concept in this domain and a main concept in security in general. What is risk? A lot of people think about risk that it's a technical terminology, which is not. It's a business terminology. So what do we mean by risk? Because you need to distinguish between threat and risk. What is risk? I'll give you a small example because in this domain, you're going to learn how to calculate risk. It's important. So I will assume that we don't have enough firefighting equipment in our company. What do you consider that? Is it a threat or a vulnerability? It's a vulnerability that I don't have enough firefighting equipment, sprinkles, and so on. Now, what if a fire happened? What do you consider the fire? It's a threat. So what if a fire happened and according to that, there was some damage in the company that worth 100,000? What do you consider that? This is the risk. So the risk is the likelihood of a threat occurring, but most important is the damage that will happen because of this threat. And we're going to learn how to calculate that because actually this is your approach to management. If you need to implement information security management system in any company, you need to explain the management. If anything went wrong, how much they will be losing, and accordingly, how much do you need to as a countermeasure. So I can say for my management, okay, if a fire happened, we're going to lose 100,000. So I need 10,000 to buy some firefighting equipment. It makes sense, right? But if you go there and you tell them, we need 200,000 to secure against fire, no one will obey, no one will understand that. You need to have figures. So the risk is the amount of loss that the company will lose in case of any threat occur. We also have a terminology control, which is the countermeasure. If I install an antivirus to mitigate risk, again, we're going to explain all those definitions in the risk management part. What do we consider that? Control. I'm putting an antivirus. If I'm assigning a password, it's a control. If we are getting firefighting equipment, it's a control. So it's the countermeasure that we are using to mitigate the risk or to try to reduce the risk. Okay. Social engineering is the weakness into human people, and we're going to explain this part by the end of this domain. So social engineering is a type of attack that target people, try to compromise a system from people. So it's a type of attack. Sometimes, someone is calling an employee in a company and asks them for some information, their credential. It's an attack that target people. It's not targeting technology or physical security and so on. And finally, defense in depth, which reflects that you should have different layer in security. I should not depend on only one layer. So only having a password on my smartphone and I consider that security, or having a password on the company laptop, and this is the best security I can implement. But if I have a password on my computer and it's inside a room that has a lock or an access control outside, and I'm also taking backup in case anything crash. So you should have different layers. So if one fail, you can use the other one. So those are some of the definitions that I need you to be aware of while we are starting our training, and to understand the different terminologies that we are going to use. Okay. We're still in the introductory part, and let me ask you this question. Why are we implementing information security in any organization? Why we are buying equipment and hiring resources and spending money to secure the information in any organization. Yes, I agree that it's because the information is the real asset of any business, but what I'm trying to say, is it an option? Can any organization today decide not to implement information security and deal with whatever threat? It's not. Information security in any business today, it's more as a mandatory, it's not an option. And there is a lot of regulation and compliance and governance that enforce the implementation of information security in any business. So for instance, if you are holding credit card information from your customer, you need to follow the PCI DSS, which we're going to talk about. It's a standard that you need to follow. If you are working in health industry or health business, hospital or a clinic or something like that, you are following HIPAA law, and so on and so forth. So what I'm trying to say is that the first approach to the implementation of information security, it's to understand which standard or which compliance or regulation you are following as a business. And if you get an interview in like a hospital, for instance, as an information security officer or whatever the title is, you need to know about the HIPAA law, what is needed to be implemented to follow the regulation, because it's not an option. And if you do not comply with the regulation, there is some legal consequences for that. If you get hired or you have an interview in a bank as an information security specialist, you need to know what rules, what law and regulation and compliance they are following. So implementation of information security, it's not an option. And this is why there is a lot of like needs for professional information security right now to implement and to comply with the law. Otherwise, there will be a lot of consequences, legal consequences for that. So implementing information security, it's not an option, and it should align with the business. It should not be holding the business down. And this is also quite important. Some people think about security is that you go somewhere and you just block everything. You do not allow USB on your computer. You do not allow people to connect to the internet. You do not allow people to download anything. You do not allow people to go to like different places inside the company, and they think this is security, but it's not. You need to balance between the efficiency of the business and between the security. Besides, as we just spoke, that information security should be aligning with the business strategy and objective and law and regulation as well. So for instance, if you are working in a hospital and you fail to implement the requirement for a specific framework, it may end up with a big fine on this organization and maybe some jail times for the CEO or for the senior management. So you need to align with that. You need to implement the information security to secure the customer information, and most important, secure all kinds of information, not just the customer information, but all the business information, and most important, to comply with the law as well. So keep that in your mind, that business should align, information security should align with the business strategy, and it should follow the law and regulation and standard. Risk need to be mitigated, which we're going to cover very well in this domain. Resource management, you need to measure the performance by evaluating and monitoring and reporting information security governance. So it's not just implementing, but you need to know how effective is it. And this will involve things like incident management and log management, and we will cover those topics. But as an overview about the importance of information security implementation and how important is it to follow the compliance regulation and even certificate like ISO 27000. In the previous lecture, we spoke about the importance of information security implementation. And we clarified that this is a requirement, sometimes legal requirement or compliance requirement or standard requirement, but after all, it's a requirement. Now I would like to focus about two different terminology that you should expect a question about them inside the exam, because it's quite important. Due diligence and due care. What do we mean by that? And instead of reading the definition, let me give you a small example and let me know what you think about it. Assume that you get hired in a bank as an information security officer, in a sense that you will be the one who are responsible for securing the information of this bank, customer information, transaction information, and so on. And assume that this bank has been compromised, has been hacked, and some financial information like credit card, customer credit card information has been stolen. Now, whose responsibility is that? Is it your responsibility? Definitely it's yours, because you were hired to secure those information, right? So it's your responsibility, and it's not just like a regular responsibility, it's a legal responsibility. So what will happen in this case if the bank gets hacked and some information gets stolen or lost? Most probably you will be taken to the court. Now, when you go to the court, they will ask you two different questions. The first question will be, are you aware of those vulnerability and those weakness in your system? You were aware that there is a lot of weakness inside your system, technical and physical and so on. Okay, so if your answer was yes, I was aware because I used to do a risk assessment, I used to do vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, so I used to check the weakness in our system, and I was aware that there was weakness that may lead to compromisation. This is called due diligence. That you did your research, you were aware about your setting, your infrastructure, your equipment, your software, and what is their weakness. The second question from the court will be, what did you do to secure those weaknesses? Did you follow the standard? Did you request some additional resources? Did you update the software? And so on and so forth. So this is called due care, that you were following the standard, the best practice, the compliance to mitigate those risks, to fix those vulnerability. This is called due care. So what if you answer, yes, I requested some equipment, I requested some resources to the management because I knew that those vulnerability was risky, but management said we don't have the budget this year. Now, whose responsibility it became right now? It became management responsibility. So the point here, the due diligence and due care concept, that when you get hired somewhere, you need first to be aware of the weakness and vulnerabilities that they have. And we can do that usually by checking or doing a vulnerability assessment, doing a risk assessment, which you're going to do in this domain, doing a penetration testing, following the standards. There is some standards that we're going to talk about in a few lectures that you can follow just to be sure of the awareness. And to be sure of the weakness and vulnerability. But this is not enough. You need also to take action to secure them. This is called the due care. And liability here means who's responsible for securing the business information and securing the business assets. Because the role and responsibility should be quite important. If you have a policy and procedures in your organization and all your employees are aware of that and they break this policy, it becomes their legal responsibility. But if you don't have a policy and procedures and some employee did something wrong, he do not hold any responsibility. It's your responsibility that you didn't have a policy and procedures. And even if you have and the employee is not aware of, it's useless. That's why we need to do awareness for people, telling them this is according to the company policy, it's not right or it's not should not be done. and after that they can take responsibility from their action. And a small example for the liability part. Assume that you have a password policy, and we're going to talk about the policy and the major policy in your company, saying that policy should not be shared. If you have password, you have a password policy, and the password policy is saying that password should not be shared. So each employee knows that if he have a password to his account, he should not share it with his colleague. Okay, and maybe this makes sense, but realistically, what I saw in many companies that sometimes someone take a day off, so he will give a policy to his colleague, so he can follow up with daily tasks that he need to do. Okay, if there is a policy saying that, and you find out that one of the employee gave a password to his colleague, and for some reason the password get lost, or someone logged in with this password and did something wrong, okay, he will take responsibility for that, because he knew that there is a policy in the company, and you as an information security specialist or officer, you did some awareness about the major policy in your organization. So he will take responsibility for that. But if you don't have such policy and the same scenario happened, what you can do about it? You will take the responsibility for not having a policy. So those terminology, due diligence and due care and liability, is quite important, because after all, you will be involved in some legal requirement. So you need to be aware of that. You need to be aware of the legal requirement for any system. Let me end up this lecture with another example. If your company or your bank most probably has a surveillance cam where you are capturing video and or recording video and keep them for a while in your organization, how long it should be kept, those surveillance cam, because it's one of your responsibility. How long it should be kept? Should it be kept 1 month? Should it be kept 2 months? What do you think? Okay. Whatever number you're going to answer with is wrong, because you need to know, according to the law and regulation to your country, how long it should be kept. So I'm working in some places where they have to keep all the logs, or let's say the recording, surveillance recording, for 90 days. If you as an information security officer are not aware of that, and you decided to keep them for only 30 days to save storage on your servers, and some incident happened, like someone break in or any incident happened, and law enforcement came to you and told you, show me the video recording from 2 months, and you said, I don't have that, I only keep them for 1 month. This is a big problem for you, okay? A legal problem. It's not a... So you need to be aware of the legal requirements, the compliance, the standards, the liability, because you don't want to get into legal problem in your position. Information security positions are getting paid very well, but they also have a big legal responsibility. You need to be aware of that. I know we didn't cover that much yet, but let's take a question related to the introductory part, just to give you an idea, or to relate the topic or the points that we covered so far with real exam questions. So the question is, which factor is the most important item when it comes to ensuring security successful in an organization? Is it senior management support? Is it effective control and implementation methods? And is it updated and relevant security policy and procedures? Is it security awareness by employees? Actually, all of them are important to implement security in any organization, but which one is the most important one? Now, think about it. If you get hired somewhere to work as an information security professional, officer or specialist or consulting, whatever the title is, and you need to implement information security, and as we agreed, information security is not just technical security, It's to implement technical security, to implement physical security, to implement administrative security, and so on and so forth, right? To be able to do that, you need to you need the employee of this company to support you in a way or another, giving you the requested information, explain to you their business function, to be able to decide about what controls they need to have, and so on. If you do not have management support for that, no one will cooperate with you. But if you have a senior management support at the beginning, in a sense that management sent an email for all the people in this company, or I'm sorry, all the employees in this company, telling them that we are implementing an information security management system and you need to cooperate with this specific person. Otherwise, no one will give you support. So the right answer for that will be senior management. So it should start, if you get hired at any organization, it should start that you need to sit with management and tell them that you need to have management support. Otherwise, you will not be able to implement anything. No one will cooperate with you. Not because they want to do it this way, but unless they have a management requirement, or unless it's a management requirement, they will not consider that as a high priority. So it's a very important point that security without management support is useless. In previous lectures, we spoke about the concept and definitions related to information security. So, from where should I start? If you get hired somewhere, or you got this question in any interview, how to start the information security implementation? Should I start requesting hardware and software, and requesting document, and requesting, should I start working right away if I get hired in a bank or in any organization? I should start by checking the compliance, because as we agreed that the implementation of information security today, it's a legal requirement. So I need to know what compliance do I follow. If you are a bank, you are following specific laws and regulation, while if you are a hospital or a clinic, you are following other law and regulation. While if you are a small grocery store, there is other law and regulation as well. So you need to understand what is the legal requirement when it comes to information security. So it's not by buying the latest and greatest equipment and hire the most sophisticated expert in the field. It's not like that. You need to understand what is needed according to the law and regulation. And this is the compliance. So this is from where you should start. And you will find a lot of similarity between different compliance. So most of them will request you to do a risk assessment, for instance. You need to identify the risks that you are facing to be able to select or to be able to get the right countermeasure for that. Most of them will request to have a annual penetration testing and vulnerability assessment, and so on and so forth. So it's not that hard, but the thing is, you need to start from there, because you're going to build your policy and procedures and whatever is coming according to that. And I believe I already gave you an example in a previous lecture. For instance, the surveillance cam, the surveillance video recording. How long should you keep it? Okay, this is critical, because if you are not aware, this will not be an excuse that I didn't know that I should keep it for 30 days or for 90 days or so on. It will be a legal problem. We don't have something called I didn't knew about that. You need to read the compliance. You need to sit with the legal department and ask them which compliance and regulation and law we are following. So you should start from this point, because there is some critical point that you cannot ignore. So compliance is quite important in our business. And as I was saying, you should start by sitting with the legal department and ask them what is the regulation and compliance that we are following. And you need to understand those laws very well and consider them in your information security implementation. Identify the safe harbors that could help the organization avoid penalties. You didn't know that you need to keep those video recording for 90 days. You will hold some legal consequences, and the organization, it may end up with fines, it may end up with some jail times in some law and regulation. So it's not easy, it's critical. So for instance, if you are following HIPAA law, which is a regulation and it's a compliance for holding the patient information in any health business. So you are working in a hospital and you didn't implement the right control to secure the patient information, and for some reason it get leaked or compromised or even lost. I think it's a very big fine on the hospital. I think it's 200 million or something like that. So it's not an easy punishment. It's a hard one. So it's very important to start from this point. And I suggest as an assignment that you can do, because I don't want you just to depend on those videos and the resources and the books that I will provide you, but I need you to do some research yourself. So I want you to check, for instance, some information about HIPAA law, or some information about some standard regarding, for instance, holding a credit card information. If you are taking credit card information, you are accepting payment by credit card and you are saving them. Do you have some standards that you can follow? Do you have some regulations that you can follow? Expect that this is like an interview questions. And let me know, is there any standard related to holding credit card information? I will keep that as an assignment. And feel free to drop me an email with your answer, and I will let you know what I think about it. Another point that I would like to raise here, and this has become very, very common right now, which is a privacy issue. Okay, the personal information that you are keeping in your organization, do you have any right using them? And I believe, those days you are following this Facebook case and this sessions that happen in Congress regarding the leakage of some personal information. This is an exact privacy issue that we are talking about. And people who are working in security in Facebook, if they find out that they didn't keep those personal information safe, and they didn't, because the point here is that they were selling those information to other vendors. So did they take permission from the owner of those information that they will give it to vendors or other business and so on? So here we have a very important terminology. It's called personally identifiable information, or PII. You will find this terminology in different places, okay? Which is, what are you doing with the personal information? Who are getting access to this information? Do you have the right to exchange those information or sell this information to other marketing entity or something like that? This is quite important. So holding personal information is a big responsibility, and you need to make sure that you are following whatever law and regulation regarding personal information. Personal information could be something like your name, social security number, your address, your phone number, your email. All those is considered personal information. Finally, I would like just to refer to some US information privacy law. I want you to have a look about them. Some information are related to privacy. we are not actually, it's not a legal course. You just need to have an idea about it. Most probably you may get one question inside this exam about that or not. Because as you may know, those laws are only applicable in US. And we have a lot of international students. So in the exam itself, you don't find that much of question related to a specific US law. Because most of the information law are related in Europe and US. But still, getting a brief about the law with the name of it will not hurt you. At least you will know that there is a law related to health industry, or there is a law related to privacy, and so on and so forth. Before resuming in our domain, I would like to refer to a very important document that you need to have while preparing for your exam, which is the sunflower document. When you enrolled in this course at the beginning, you received a lot of material and resources, books and PDFs and presentation and so on, which goes through the different topic and terminology and explaining everything related to the curriculum. But there is a document that you need to have which summarizes everything inside the CISSP, which is the CISSP Sunflower document. The Sunflower document, it's a document that summarizes all the definition inside this course and even point to some of the important points and like tricks inside the exam. So it's a summarization document when you finish the course. And actually, while you are studying the course, whenever you finish one domain or another, you need to go through the related terminology in the CISSP document. And there is two different versions. The first version with 1.1 under the name of the CISSP summary, and the second version with the version 2 under the name of the Sunflower CISSP cram study. So let me show you how the document look like, and then let me give you my recommendation about which one you need to study. So the document consists of 25 pages and it's divided by domain. As you can see, we have domain 1 in different color, where all the concept and definition about domain 1 is explained here. And even sometimes you will find that they are pointing to some important terminology by putting them underlined or in capital letter or something like that. So, you know, domain 2, domain 3. So sometimes, as you can see here, they are writing a definition about the hosted based IDS, and they are putting that it's getting the event from the log system, for instance. And they put that in capital letter, which reflects the importance of this piece of information. And actually, I saw a question where they are asking you from where they are getting the host-based IDS, from where he's getting the event. So you will find this kind of pointing to the important point. And as you can see, each domain has different color. And what I usually suggest that you should print it on an E3 paper, and literally you need to memorize all this document before sitting inside the exam. Because as you may notice, CISSP, it's filled of definitions. So it's covering too many topics, okay, but just a brief about each topic. And this is the concept related to the CISSP. It's 1 mile wide and 1 inch deep. So we are covering a lot of topics, but just a small definition about each one of them. So you need to have all those definitions related somewhere or written somewhere, because actually some of the question, unless you know, I mean, not all the questions are scenario based, but we have a good amount of question which is actually description or a definition about something. So he may ask you about the speed of T1 least line. So you should know that the T1 is 1.5 megahertz. So all the definitions are combined in this document, and it's very, very important that whenever you finish any domain, to go to the relevant domain in the sunflower, go through all the terminology and highlighted the points that you are not aware of or it's new to you. And after a while, you will find yourself memorizing most of the content of this document. This is a very, very critical document that you need to study to pass the exam. Now let's get back why we are using two different versions. We have 1.1, which I just showed you, and we have version 2. 1.1 with the previous CISSP edition, which was 10 domain. So you will find the structure of the 10 domain. While version 2 is a new version, which is the 8 domain. Now the point is why I should not use only version 2, since this is a new one. Actually, I still find the version 1.1 more effective. Maybe it will take you some effort to find out the terminology in the old structure of 10 domain, but I can see that this one was really well made, in the sense that whatever they are writing is very, very applicable to the exam. So I still trust this one than the new one. I don't know why. So I recommend that you study from the version 1.1, even if it's not going through the same structure of the domain. Or if you are comfortable with version 2 is fine, you can study for it, but compare between them. Just take the first domain and see how it's covered in 1.1 and how it's covered in version 2. If you are more comfortable with version 2, is fine. But keep it in your mind just to go through it, especially the important points, ones that is underlined or bold or something like that. Keep that in your mind, because I believe it's a very, very effective document. So at the beginning, please keep that on your desktop. You don't have to wait until you finish the course, then study the sunflower. No, you should work parallelly. So whenever you finish a domain, please go through the equivalent domain in the sunflower and start reading all the point and the clarification. And as you can see, it's quite summarizing, so it will not take you that much of effort. And take notes, highlight the important points, but literally before sitting to the exam, make sure that you went through all the domain from here and you are not missing any terminology or any definition. In this lecture, we're going to talk about ethics and the purpose of encouraging ethics in any organization. Now, we all know that ethics cannot be enforced. You cannot enforce someone to have good ethics, but you can encourage good ethics in any organization. And right now, a lot of organizations, when you get hired, they will give you their code of ethics, and you need to read it and sign on it. So it's a kind of theoretical topic, except you may expect a question about that inside the exam, especially related to the well-known code of ethics. So IC Square, they have their own code of ethics. You need to be aware of that. Internet, they have their own code of ethics, which we're going to talk about it. So we'll go briefly about the code of ethics, because a lot of those points make a lot of sense. And then I'm going to show you how you can find how should you expect a question about that inside the exam. So obviously, any organization need to enhance or need to encourage the good ethics in their organization and the moral values and so on. And as I just tell you that right now, some organization, when you get hired, they will give you a code of ethics to read. And it makes a lot of sense, like you should act responsibly, you should not do anything illegal, you should be working this kind of things. I'm going to show you a few of templates related to that. But in general, it's not about the policy and procedures only, because the thing is, in the upcoming lecture, we're going to talk about any organization. When it comes to information security, one of the main tasks or one of the main things that they should have a folder that have all the policy and procedures and user need to be aware of those policy and procedures, because if they break any policy or procedures, you have the right to take an action against them, legal or regular action. But ethics is a different story. It cannot be enforced, but you can encourage them. So how exactly it's working? How can you encourage good ethics in your organization? So organization always document the expecting ethical behavior, and they share that with their employee. This could be ethics that is related to legal or law or not, in a sense that maybe someone can misbehave, but it's not a legal issue. So is it acceptable? So if someone, for instance, took some information, he didn't sell them to any competitor or do anything illegal, but he just erased them in a way, or did something like that. Do you accept that in your organization? So you cannot take a legal action against him because he didn't do anything wrong, but still it's unethical. So this is what we are trying to say, is that you need to encourage the ethical behavior, not just to prevent legal action, but also for people to act responsibly. So how it's done? It's usually done by code of ethics, and I will encourage you to go online and search for some of the well-known code of ethics and read what is inside them. And as I told you, you'll not be surprised, because a lot of those points make a lot of sense. So what we're going to do is that we will share with you two of the main code of ethics, and if you get a question inside the exam about code of ethics, most probably it will come from that. I'm going to show you questions once we finish this part related to code of ethics. So as you can see, there is a lot of code of ethics related with HIPAA, SOX. So if you do small research online, you will find a lot of that. Let's move to the first one. And actually, I saw a couple of questions related to this specific one. A lot of people do not know that there is something called the IAB, or Internet Architecture Board of Ethics, where in brief they are saying if you are using the internet, you need to prevent those kind of action. Now, a lot of people are using the internet, they are not aware of that. So for instance, you should not try to unauthorized access to any of the internet resources. You should not disturb any internet user. You should not wasting resources such as people, capacity. You should not modifying the integrity of the computer-based information. So you should not also compromise privacy of people. A lot of point which is quite obvious, right? I remember the question who came inside the exam was asking, if you spread, I don't recall the exact sentence, but the idea was, if you spread a virus on the internet, is this against the Internet Architecture Board of Ethics? And if you take the question straightforward, spreading a virus on the internet, it seems wrong, but it's not in the Internet Architecture Board of Ethics. So that's why you do not just count that you will use the common sense to answer the question. No, but sometimes it will be kind of tricky questions, as you can see. So this one I will strongly focus on it, and you will see that this is one of the code of ethics in the Sunflower document. So please write those down, and you don't have to write them down, actually just read them and memorize them, because if you got a question inside the exam, most probably it will be about that, because a lot of people do not know that there is an Internet Architecture Board of Ethics. The second one, which is the IC Square Code of Ethics. And still is the same concept that you should be acting responsibly, you should behave the good conduct, you should not share any information that affects the business, this kind of information. Do not break any law or legal issue, and so on and so forth. Now, this code of ethics, you're going to need to sign it and send it to IC2 once you pass the exam to be able to get the certificate. So once you pass the exam, to get the certificate, you need to download the IC2 code of ethics from their website and sign it and send it back to them. And I have to tell you, they are quite serious about that. If you break any law, if someone report you to IC2 that you didn't follow the good ethics in any way, they will suspend your certificate. I knew few cases where it really happened. So it's not just a piece of documents that you sign and that's it. No, actually they are taking that quite seriously. And you should know that working as an information security officer or any related position, it's a big responsibility. So those are the measures, code of ethics that I wanted to share with you. And I wanted to tell you that it's not just a theoretical part. Also, you may face a question about besides the exam. Besides, realistically, the last few years, I can see that they are raising concern in any organization or business to encourage the good ethics in their business. Let me share with you an exam question related to code of ethics. So the question was about the ethic and the internet, RFC 1087. State which of the following. Now, if you remember, in the previous lecture, we spoke about the Internet Architecture Board of Ethics. So, is it saying the internet is a privilege and should be treated that way? Or internet components includes the broadband media and the local user components, or software viruses and internet viruses should be treated differently, or internet professionals are subject to same ethics responsibility as any of other industry. Now, I know that a lot of people will not be able to memorize all those kind of codes and all the definitions in this course. Some of them you have to actually, but some of them it's not easy to memorize all code of ethics and this kind of statement. So let's remove the things that doesn't make any sense. Definitely number 2, which is the internet component, includes the broadband media and the local user components. It doesn't seem related to the code of ethics, right? So number 2 should not be should not be there. Number 4 also, it's really weird. Internet professionals are subject to the same ethical responsibility as any other industry. It's really general. So if we exclude 2 and 4, we're going to have 1 and 3 remaining. Now, many people selected number 3 right away, that software virus and internet virus should be treated differently. But actually, the right statement, if you went back to the previous lecture, the right statement was the internet is a privilege as and should be treated this way. This was the first code of first statement in the Internet Architecture Board of Ethics. That's why I'm telling you that when it comes to the code of ethics, you need to get an idea about the majors one, which is the Internet Architecture Board of Ethics, because a lot of people do not aware of it, and the IC2 Code of Ethics. My expectation is that they will not ask you about the the IC2 Code of Ethics, because this is something that you're going to need to sign after finishing the exam. But if you're going to ask about anything related to the ethics, it will be the Internet Architecture Board of Ethics. All previous lectures with more into the introductory part, talking about what is the element of security, talking about the ethics, talking about the definition of threats and risk and vulnerability and so on. But starting from this lecture, we're going to go into the real implementation of information security in any organization. And here, starting from here, I would like you to start taking notes into what we're going to talk about, because the point that we will be covering starting from now, it's very important for the implementation of information security in any organization. It's very important to pass the exam. It's very important for you if you sit for any interview. And we're going to start with the security documentation. A big part of your job will be to prepare a lot of security documentation. And in security, everything needs to be documented. It's not enough to say that I know about that. It needs to be documented. So for instance, if you have a business continuity planning, which you're going to cover in a different subject, it's not just to be aware of the plan, but it needs to be documented step by step in case of any disaster or any incident, what should be done. If you have a policy related to how are you get rid of information, if you are working in government or military, they have a specific way destroying their information. Is it written? If you have a policy related to, for instance, creating an email, if a new employee joins your company, how he should request for an email? Is there any policy showing what is the step for creating an email, or what is the requirement for creating an email? So everything in security needs to be documented. This is one point. Second point, people need to be aware of that. So if I join a company as a regular employee, I need to know that this company has their own information security policy, and I should be aware of that. And we're going to cover that in some upcoming lectures, that awareness need to be there to tell your employees that, guys, we have information security policy and it's located in this specific directory or this specific website. Because if they are not aware of the policy and they break the security for any reason, intentionally or unintentionally, you will not be able to do anything about it. But if you inform that there is a policy, and in case they broke the policy for any reason, now you can take action against them. Considering that most of the major incidents that happened the last 10 years because of people, due to people, not due to technology. So all of the major compromisation of organization like different company, RSA, Aramco Saudi Arabia, and different kind of compromisations that happened to company and led to a loss of millions of dollars was because of people. So that's why this specific part of the course is quite important, talking about security documentation and specific documentations that I would like to refer to. But as a beginning, you need to understand that a big portion of your job is to prepare a lot of security documentation. And if you are following any framework, like ISO 27001 or HIPAA or PCI DSS, all of them request the organization to have a security policy and procedures. And if you have any audit, if you receive any audit coming to your company, one of the main questions that they're going to ask you, do you have a security policy and procedures? And they're going to check it. And then they're going to ask people, do you know that your company have a security policy and procedures? So I just want you to give some attention to this lecture and do some research about it. Now we're going to talk about what are the main security documents that should be inside your organization. And your role will be to creating them if they are not there from the beginning, but also reviewing them annually and modifying them if any modification is needed. So what are the main security document? First, the policy. You should have a policy for every process and everything related to information in your organization. For instance, you have different systems in your organization. and you are giving people password so they can access the system according to their like job description and their functionality. Do you have a policy related to the password, your organization password? For instance, the policy should say that the password should be complex, so password should be changed every 90 days or whatever duration. The password should not be shared. The password should not be easy to figure it out. And people should be aware of that. So if any problem happens because someone shares his password over the internet or to someone or something like that, he cannot say, I didn't know that there is a password policy. So this is a very small example that you should have a password policy written, include everything that should be inside the password. If you are exchanging information, you have different departments in your organization, or you are dealing with customer, and you are giving this customer information, price list, offers, and so on and so forth. Do you have a policy regarding information exchanging? Maybe some of this information are critical. How are you dealing with critical information? If you are an entity like government or military, and you are destroying the information from time to time, do you have a policy regarding information destruction? That like document should be, for instance, destroyed using a shredder. You should not just write or throw them in any recycle or in any place. No, it should be cut by shredder, so it cannot be reassembled one more time. Because as you know, one of the attacks is to check in any company garbage or something for any critical information. Okay, what if you as an organization, all your critical and sensitive information are on the computers? So what are you doing if you plan to change the laptop and the computers that you are using? Okay, are you just going to format the hard drive and that's it? Do you know that even if you format your hard drive 6 times and rewrite on it, you can retrieve whatever was in this computer? So there should be a policy related to exchanging the computer. Whenever we are changing the computer, we have a policy to make sure that no information that was originally on this computer has been can be recovered. So the policy, it's a very, very important document. And actually, you should have a policy about anything related to information. So we are talking about information exchanging, we are talking about information destroying, we are talking about password, we are talking about, for instance, encryption. If you are using encryption to secure the information, do you have a policy regarding that? And so on and so forth. I will show you a very good source from where you can get a lot of policy, because it's not an easy document to write, by the way. Okay, so it's better to start with something like templates or a good resources from where you can get some policy. Then we're going to explain the difference between the policy and procedures and guidelines and so on. Now, before showing you the source from where you can get policy, you need to understand that policy, as a definition, is a high-level statement of management. And it just contains the purpose and scope and compliance mapping, in a sense that the policy will not include how to do it. So, for instance, if you have a password policy, it should say that policy need to be complex and it need to be changed every 90 days. But it will not say how to go into the system or to your computer and change it to a complex password. It will not say how to, step by step, how to assign or how to enforce the password to be changed every 90 days. It will not explain how to do it, but it will just mention the policy, what it's saying, and most important, mapping with the compliance. So it will say we should have a strong password because ISO 27001 in this specific section, this specific control is requesting that. And PCI DCS in this specific section and this specific control is requesting that. And so on and so forth. So you should map the policy with the requirement. So because if you got any audit, they will check the compliance and saying, okay, show me the control related to that. So you can show them that you have a policy that is saying 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it should be mapping or mapped with the compliance or a framework. Before moving and explaining the different kind of other security document, let me show you some of the policy or some of the resources or website from where you can get policy as a template and you can use them in your company. A very good resources for that will be SANS website. SANS, they have their own website. SANS, it's a very huge security organization. And if you go to their website and go to resources and you go to the security policy project, you will find they have a lot of templates that you can use. So for instance, you have general policy where you can click on it and you can see we have acceptable encryption policy. We have, for instance, clean desk policy that all the employees should have a clean desktop. You should not leave sensitive document on your desk. You should not leave sensitive information. Maybe it gets stolen or lost. It's a policy. Okay. Not all policies are technical, as you're going to explain in a few minutes. We have, for instance, data recovery policy. We have digital signature policy. You can download whatever you need to download according to the business and the process you are doing. One policy is quite important, the email policy. People are using the company email. They don't know what is the regulation when it comes to using the company email. That you should not use this email, or you should only use it for business purpose. You should not use this email for anything offensive to your employee. You should not use it for threatening people, this kind of thing. And again, it's not enough to have the policy, but people need to be aware that there is a policy, because if they break the policy, then you have the right to take a legal action. So those are like password policy and the general policy. Okay. Going back, you'll find other kinds of policy. For instance, you're going to find the network policy. You're going to find, so it's a very good source from where you can download templates that you can use, application policy and so on and so forth. Okay. Now, before moving to the other kind of document, you need to understand that we have two different kinds of policy. One is a user policy and non-user policy. You can categorize them. So things that is related to the user, like for instance, password. Somehow, user need to be aware that what need to be followed when it comes to password. Especially think about sharing password. Do not write a password on a piece of paper and or sticky note and put it on your screen. This is user password. Email policy. This is user password. User need to know if, when it comes to using the company email, is there any restriction? Okay. But some other policy will be technical policy, like network policy, encryption policy. User has nothing to do with that. Okay. Software development policy, and so on and so forth. So, to summarize, that one of the first step in information security implementation, that the company should have an information security policy related to whatever assets they have. Their assets is mainly information. So how they are dealing with information, how they are dealing with exchanging the information, deleting the information, using the email, using the password. As a beginning, this is quite important. And it's a main requirement for any compliance or framework. How it's working, usually we are writing those policy and putting them in a shared folder and allowing or notifying user that, guys, kindly be aware that if you are using any of the company assets, because the email is considered a company asset, the information is considered as a company asset, the list of customer and the supplier is considered the information assets, and so on. If you are using any services or you are using any company assets, there is a policy that controls that. And this policy is located in this specific share folder or on the company portal or website. By doing that and thinking about the legal issue and the liability, now you are saying to the employees that if you are not aware of the policy, this will not be as an excuse if you did anything wrong because you are not aware of the policy. So getting the policy is important, but also as informing using this is the same importance that user need to be aware of the policy. Last point before moving to the next lecture is that policy need to be reviewed once per year. So it's not enough to have a policy, but it need to be reviewed once per year, and you need to write on the document control, as you're going to see later on, that it has been reviewed this year by this specific gentleman, and so on. In the previous lecture, we spoke about the security document and especially the policy. What is a policy, and why it's important to have a policy, and why it's important for user to know about the company policy, and so on and so forth. In this lecture, we're going to talk about the different document, because it's not only the security, the policy that you need to have, but also you need to have standard procedures, guidelines, and so on. So you need to distinguish between them. And most probably you're going to get 1 or 2 questions about that inside the exam, because security document is quite important in any organization. And as I just mentioned in the previous lecture, that in any audit, the first thing that they're going to ask about will be show me the policy that you are following in your company. So everything needs to be written. So we already spoke about policy, which is a high-level statement. It doesn't include any steps for doing anything, but it will tell you, for instance, if we are talking about email policy, it should not be used in something that is not related to work. It should be business-oriented. You should not be using it for any offensive way. The attachment should be, the maximum attachment should be that much. Each user of the company should have like storage capacity of that much, and so on and so forth. Then we have the standard. And the standard, it's more than what need to be followed when you are doing the policy. So for instance, when we are talking about password policy, standard usually is 8 characters that include letters and numbers, small and capital and special. This is the standard. So the standard is something that you should refer to when you are creating the policy. Guidelines is more as an optional. I mean, you should follow the standard when you're creating the policy because it has to be followed. But guidelines is more like an option. So for instance, standard could be that the password should not be less than 8 characters. You should follow that when you are creating a policy. But maybe the guidelines will tell you that 10 will be better or 12 will be better. You can follow the guidelines, except it's not really mandatory, it's option. Procedures is a step-by-step process, in the sense that when someone is joining the company, how are you creating the email? So you have a flow chart that's showing that you receive a request from HR and approval from security team, that this guy signed the contract, he signed a non-disclosure agreement, he did that. So you forward this request to the technical team to create an email for him. So it's showing you step by step how things is done. So policy is more general, while procedures is step-by-step guide. And I will share some of those documents attached to this lecture just as a guidance. Baseline is the minimum acceptable security, in a sense that, for instance, if you buy a new computer and you're going to join this new computer or laptop to your company network, what should you do first? You should remove access to the USB, you should remove the unused services, you should install the latest patches, you should do this. So you have a checklist for any computer. You cannot attach any computer to your company network unless this checklist is fulfilled. This is called baseline. So most probably he will give you a question about a specific document, like what document should include the step-by-step implementation, procedures, or high-level statement is a policy. So it's very, very important, not just for the exam, but realistically, it's very important also to be aware of what kind of policy any company should have. I already pointed to a very good website from where you can download those templates and use them, but also I'm going to attach few of those documents in this lecture that will help you identify how the policy look like or the standard or guidelines and so on. And again, it's not just to have them, especially the policy. I keep repeating that because it's quite important, because I saw in in many interviews that the auditor will come to any of the company employee or user and ask him, do you know that you have a policy in your company? And many people didn't know about it. So you as a security team, you get a part of the blame because of that. Because you should inform the users and the employees that we have information security policy related to all our services and assets, and it's located in this specific location. Let me show you a sample for a policy. Now, this is an email security policy. As you can see, a lot of common sense statement is there. Like personnel should use the email for business. It should not be used for personal use. You should not be using any offensive email, and so on and so forth. So as you can see, the email policy, it's common sense, but it's not important about the policy itself. The important part of the policy, it's to map it with a well-known framework or standard that you are following. This is extremely important. So it's not to have as much policy as you can, but you should have a policy that match or that map different system or standard or framework that you are following. So here, this policy, it's a part of the ISO 27001, and you have to specify which control and what is the name of this control. So this one was requested, or it was a requirement from ISO 27001. This is the number of control. And what was the control name? It was the electronic message, and this is the statement that was required. So my point here is that when we are doing a policy and procedures, it's not just to have a policy, download them from the internet, and then use them in your company. This is not the right way. The right way is to check which framework you are following, or which standard you are following, or which regulation you are following, and doing a policy that fulfills this requirement. And accordingly, if you get an audit regarding this framework, you can show them that regarding this control, we have a policy. Now, what will be remaining is to show them an evidence that user is aware of this policy. So I wanted to show you a part of a policy just to indicate, or just to clarify what should be mentioned in the policy. Now, there is other part that I will share on the student portal. I'm going to put a lot of policy templates. Besides, I already showed you places from where you can get policy and procedures. But my point is, the policy format, it's well known. You have document controls, then you have the scope of the policies, then you have the policy itself, then you have if you have any exception, and then, which is very, very important, mapping the policy with the framework. Because as I keep saying, and I will keep saying that information security, it's not a field where you should try or ask people what should be done. It's just a field where you are following the best practice or standard or regulation. Before moving to the next topic, let's discuss the relation between the different security documents. In a sense that, from where should I start? If I'm creating a security document for any organization, from where should I start? And definitely I should start, as it's showing in the following chart, from the law and requirement. So usually you should know what is the law and regulation related to your business, as we mentioned earlier. And according to that, you should create policy, which, don't forget, policy is a statement of management. So, for instance, if you are following PCI DSS, or if you are following ISO 27001, where there is a requirement for or a domain for an access control. So you should have a policy related to access control. And management will say that we need to have a policy related to access control. And from the policy, then we can create the standard and guidelines and procedures and baseline and so on. So the point here is that we usually start from the law and regulation. It's not just by creating a huge amount of policy. It should be mapping different kind of controls into standard and framework. This is quite important, as I showed you in the previous lecture. Also, we have different kind of policy. We have regulatory policy. This is that should be done according to the law. We have an informative policy. We have advisory policy. Things like, for instance, social media policy, that you should not use or you should not publish personal information or work information on social network. It's more into advisory. It's not like if you break it, actually if you break it, it's against the law, but some of the policy will be more into the advice part, but some of them will be more into the compliance part, that if you break the policy, it's against the law. So even in policy, we have different types. Then from policy, we are creating the standards, the guidelines, the procedures, and the baseline, which we already explained in the previous lecture. So this is the relation, and what is quite important is from where should we start. So if we are following ISO 27001, which we have different domains, for each domain we should have a policy that maps the control required in this domain. This is the right approach. If you are following PCI DSS, also you need to create policy that enforce the control in this standard, and so on and so forth. So this is the proper approach for creating a policy and procedures and guidelines, all of the security document needed for any organization. This is a very important topic in our course, which is risk management. And it's not just important for the exam purpose, but actually, as a security specialist, you need to understand risk in a very deep way. You need to understand what is risk in the first place. Then what are the risk assessment methodology? How can I do risk assessment? What is the risk management strategy? What is the residual risk? It's very, very important. And not just for the exam, but also, I believe, if you attend any interview, this will be one of the main questions that you're going to get. They will ask you about risk in a different way. So it's quite important to understand risk. That's why I'm planning to give you a lot of lectures related to risk, even deeper than the course content, just to let you very familiar with risk. And let me explain to you why. If you get hired somewhere and they ask you to implement security in their organization, from where should you start? I know we already mentioned that you should start by checking the regulation and law and so on. But even so, from where should you start? Or let's take it in a simple way. If you need to implement security in your house, if you need to secure your house, from where should you start? And what will be the factors that you're going to consider when it comes to spending on security? How much are you going to spend on your house if you need to secure your house? What should you get? Should you get an alarm system? Should you get a security guard, surveillance cam? How much are you willing to spend? It depends. It depends on two different factors. First, it depends about what do you have? What are you securing? I mean, it doesn't make sense that you spend $10,000 to secure your house that have some assets that worth $2,000. You should not spend $10,000 to secure $2,000, right or wrong. The second point is the risk that you are facing. So if you are in a risky or a bad neighbor, maybe you're going to spend more than if you are in a secure area. If you are located in a place where there is a lot of earthquake, there is a lot of tornado and the weather's problem, maybe you're going to spend more, because actually security is not just against hacker and malicious hacker. You are securing against any kind of threats fire, tornado, anything that may lead to losing your assets. So the first point is the value of the assets, and this will be explained in depth in the next domain. Second point would be what risk you are facing. So if someone is living in a like secure neighbor, definitely he will not spend money same like someone who are living in a bad neighbor. So risk allow you to first consider how much you're going to spend on security. This is one point, and we're going to see that in the next lecture. Secondly, what is the priority? So if you are very located in a good place where you don't have any kind of earthquake or tornado or floods or so on, you will not spend money on devices, or you will not spend money or for something to prevent that, because you don't face this kind of problem. Maybe the probability of happening is very low. The earthquake is happening every 50 years. So I should not buy any things to secure my home or my company against earthquake, for instance. So it's quite important to understand risk. So first, let me explain what is risk. We already explained at the beginning the threats and vulnerability. So what is a vulnerability, as I told you before, is a weakness. So if I don't have a firefighting equipment, this is a weakness in my company. What could go wrong? A fire may happen, which is a threat. Okay, because of the vulnerability and the threat, what could be the consequences? Building damage, I can lose data, I can lose productivity, I can lose life because of that. This is the risk, the consequences of a threat multiply vulnerability. By the way, you're going to learn how to calculate risk, because it's quite important to calculate risk so you can know what is a priority, what is a higher risk than what is lower risk. If you don't have a security guard, what do you consider that? A vulnerability, a weakness. What could go wrong? A thief or someone could break in. What will be the consequences of that? Loss of equipment or loss of data. This is the risk, and so on and so forth. So this is the definition of the risk. Now in the upcoming lectures, we're going to first explain risk in like a deeper way. We're going to talk about the frameworks that we are using to do a risk assessment. Then I will show you a couple of risk assessment tools, because actually doing risk assessment is not easy. Even IC2 recommend to use an automated tools, because it's not easy to keep thinking about everything that could go wrong and what will be the consequences of that. You know, it needs a lot of experience to do that. So after explaining the risk, I will not just depend on that to explain the risk, but also I'm going to add a couple of videos, first showing you a couple of products, like what are the risk assessment products that, you know, because usually we are doing the risk according to a couple of survey, which I will share on the student portal, sit with people and give them survey, and according to that, you can understand the risk. Besides, we are using a lot of templates, but there is some products that you can use to do a risk assessment, and it will give you better result, because if you mitigate risk, which you're going to explain on the next lecture, which mean you are working on or spending money to decrease the probability of happening. This will be a good approach. But the point is, after explaining the concept, I will also utilize or explain, it's not advertising for anything, because those are not cheap products, but at least you need to know what is in the market. And by the way, if you need to get the best of this course, do not just depend on the lectures and the knowledge you are getting from the lecture. But for instance, if we are talking about risk management and we are explaining that, you should do some research. What are the best products that do risk assessment? What is the difference between those different products? Because if you go to an interview, he maybe ask you about definitions, but he will also ask you about what is in the market today that is doing that. What is the best DLP? What is the best risk assessment tools? And so on. So I strongly suggest that you take notes about the knowledge. And whenever you finish a subject, which is quite important, like risk management, I also suggest that you go and search for product that doing that, just to be familiar what is in the market, not just to get the theoretical part. So risk, it's not a threat, it's the damage that may happen if a specific weakness or threat has been exploited. That's why usually we have two formula for risk. It could be risk equals threat into vulnerability, or sometime risk equal probability into impact. So if we have a specific risk vulnerability that or weakness that has a probability of happening 10%, and if it happen, it will cost us $100,000. So the risk will be 10% into 100,000, which is 10,000. This is how to transfer risk as a number. And by the way, risk management, it's the only module or the only domain inside this course that has some formula that you need to memorize. And we're going to see that during this domain. So risk is the amount of loss or amount of damage that happen if a specific vulnerability, if a specific threat has been exploited. Now, as I told you, security approach used to come from the risk itself. So if you get hired to implement a information security management system or any kind of security implementation in any organization, from where should you start? So assume that you get hired and a bank or a company asks you, we need to implement some security to secure our information. From where should you start? Should you just tell them, yes, we're going to buy the latest and the greatest equipment and appliance? And by doing that, this is how it will become secure. No, it's not going this way. There is a risk analysis process that you need to be aware of. So it should start by assets identification. What do we have as an assets? What exactly do we protect? And assets actually do not mean only shares and computers and tables, but there is some assets that is more costly than that, like the company information. This is an asset. Can you tell me a bank, a huge bank, the information that he have, how much it worth? If there is a bank and has a lot of customer information and their financial transaction and all their financial information, how much such information worth? What if those information get compromised? What will be this bank lost, right? So you need to start by identifying the assets and not just the physical asset, but also the non-physical asset. Company reputation as an asset, what exactly it represents. If we have a big company that if you get compromised, no one will trust it anymore. And we saw a lot of stories the last few years about major company that people lost confidence because they get compromised more than one time. This is an asset that has been lost. So we need to identify the assets first. Then we need to identify the vulnerability or the weakness. What weakness those people have, what vulnerabilities they have. Those vulnerability could be technical vulnerability. So for instance, they are using some old operating system, some legacy system, their website is not HTTPS. Those are vulnerability. And then we need to identify the threat. Can those vulnerability be hacked or exploited? I mean, I may have an open port on my computer. This is considered a weakness of vulnerability. But this open port doesn't have any service, so no one can hack it. So I don't have a threat for that. So I should identify the vulnerability and then check which vulnerability has a threat associated to it, which vulnerability can be exploited. Then number 4, we need to do 4 and 5, probability qualification and quantification. Now, qualification means based on quality and quantification based on quantity. The point here is, okay, we are identifying the vulnerability and we are identifying the threat. What is the probability of this specific threat to happen. For instance, let's talk about fire as a weakness. So we are working in a company, we have a lot of electrical equipment, we have a data center, we have a lot of electrical devices. A problem may happen, a fire may occur, right? Now, this is a vulnerability. The threat that a fire may occur because of that. Now, what is the probability of that happening? I may have some previous information. I mean, I notice like every 10 years a fire happens. So this is called the quantification. It's based on quantity because I have figures, I have number. While if we are talking about qualification, mean I assume based on other people experience based, so I don't have a solid background about that. Then we have to identify the financial impact, and actually we're going to do all those process by some formula later on in this domain, because after all, if I'm expecting to have a threat like a fire, okay, so if a fire occur, what will be the amount of loss? I need to evaluate the financial impact, because according to that, I'm going to decide, and this will be done by numbers within few lectures. I'm going to decide how much I'm going to spend on this specific impact. So we are saying, for instance, that if a fire happens, it may cost the company 100,000. So I need to buy equipment that worth less than 100,000. It doesn't make any sense that, you know, if a fire happens and my loss will be 100,000, I will buy an equipment with $1 million. So financial impact, because you have to do a cost-effective solution. And this is how you'll face the questions as the exam. They will not ask you how much you're going to spend. They will give you a scenario, and they will tell you they spend that much on this specific threat. And is it cost-effective? So you have to calculate, and you have to see the asset value, and you have to see how much is the loss, and then you have to see how much they spend. And according to that, you decide if it's effective or not. And finally, in the risk analysis process, you need to determine the countermeasure based on the financial impact and also the risk itself. I mean, it should reduce the risk of happening. This is one of the framework. This is related to fire department something, where, you know, this is how they are doing the qualification, like, you know, the likelihood, the probability of happen, they put value, and the impact, they put insignificant, minor. This is qualitative probability. Now, when we do a risk assessment and we start identifying the threat and vulnerability and financial impact, I have 4 different strategies that I can take. First one, it's to mitigate the risk, mitigation. So mitigation means I'm going to spend money to reduce the risk. So for instance, I have a web application that is very important, and if it gets compromised, this is an e-commerce website, I'm going to lose a lot of money, like Amazon or those sites that they are benefit by minutes. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to buy a web application firewall or some appliance to protect my web server. This is called mitigation. I spend money to reduce the risk. I cannot reach risk zero. I mean, risk, please write it down, risk cannot be eliminated. They will always be a risk, but I try to reduce the amount of risk. So mitigation means spending money to reduce the amount of risk. I can accept, mean, okay, I found that to reduce the amount of risk, I have to spend a lot of money and I don't have a budget. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to accept the risk, because after all, risk is an uncertain event. I mean, it may happen or not. So I decided, okay, it will cost me too much, so I'm going to accept the risk. That means if it happens, I'll find a workaround. If not, good. So accepting the risk means doing nothing about it. Okay. We have avoidance strategy. Sometimes the risk is too high. So, for instance, we are opening a business in a specific areas that is very, very risky, and it has a lot of like a bad area, and people may get hurt. So I decided not to open a branch there. So I will not do even the activity. So it's different than acceptance. Acceptance means I'm going to do the activity, and if it happens, a risk happen, I'll find a workaround. Avoid, I will not even do the activity because the risk is too high. And finally, we have transferring. And transferring means we are transferring the risk to someone else, like insurance. Instead of buying fire equipment and so on, I'm going to buy an insurance policy. If a fire happens, they will be paying for the risk, not me. This is called transferring risk. Very, very important to understand the strategy, the 4 strategies. So not all risk can be mitigated, because after all, it will cost you a huge amount of money. So some risk could be accepted, some risk could be transferred to someone else, some risk may be avoiding. So it's very important to understand the different risk methodology. This lecture, it's very important inside this domain, which is assets evaluation. And we're gonna also explain some formula to calculate the risk and to calculate or to evaluate the effectiveness of the control. So this is the only part inside the course that has some formulas that you need to memorize for the exam. Now, on the previous lecture, we explained the risk, what is the risk, how to identify the risk, how to manage risk principle, how to mitigate and avoid or accept, and what is the definition of those principles or transfer. Now, this was just an introduction. The previous lecture was just an introduction. Now, on real life, how do we implement risk? From where should we start? So to be able to identify or to do a risk assessment or to choose some countermeasure to reduce the amount of risk, we need to start with evaluating our assets. So the first thing we need to do inside the risk management, it's to identify the value of our assets. Now, in assets, we have 2 different types. We have the physical assets like hardware, like shares, like tables, and this is actually, it's not the main assets that we are looking for, but it should be considered. Computers, hardware, printers, and so on. But the really important assets that you need to evaluate will be the data asset. So data or information assets, this is the important part. Imagine that you are working in a bank. The bank has some devices or some physical assets. He got some computers and some printers and some scanner, fine. Those are easy to identify their value. I can tell you we have 1,000 computer or 100 computer. Each computer has been bought with $1,000. So our physical assets worth $100,000. But can you tell me how to identify the assets, the information assets? What is the value of the bank information? If the bank lost those information, how can you consider the loss of the bank, or how much would be the loss of the bank? I mean, it's easy to calculate that if we are talking about hardware. So the information and the data, those are the assets that's taking some effort to evaluate their value. We also have software, but also software is easy to identify the value. Now, before start explaining the formula, I'm going to talk to you about some different techniques that is used for assets evaluation. So we have different way. We have the inventory. If any organization has an inventory system, we can refer to that. We have assets management system, or accounting systems. This will help, the first three one will help in evaluating the physical assets, because inventory will include all the hardware and their prices, or the accounting system. While this one, please take a note about this one, Delphi technique. It's a technique used to evaluate the information assets, and it depends about expert opinion and survey. So the key word here is expert opinion and survey. We are doing survey to expert people to be able to identify the value. So you are not requested to understand how it works, but you need to know what is Delphi technique. It's a technique that is used for assets evaluation, and it depends about expert opinion and survey, anonymous survey. So if you got any question inside the exam with those keyword, what technique is used for evaluating assets based on expert opinion or survey, it should be Delphi technique. Now, here is the important part in this course. In this domain. Assume that I was able to calculate all the assets values that I have. The tangible assets, things like the hardware, the computer, things like the printers, tangible, and the intangible, the assets like information and data. And I end up that my assets value, both of them, equal 100,000. I'm going to put simple number for simplifying. 100,000. So my assets value will be 100,000. The second part of the formula will be, and whatever I'm doing right now, it needs to be done for each threat or for each vulnerability. So assuming that we are talking about fire. So first I did calculate all my assets with 100,000. The second value that will be given to you inside the exam is something called the exposure factor. An exposure factor is usually a percentage. So exposure factor, it's a percentage, and it represents the amount of loss that will happen if a specific vulnerability or threat has been exploited. So if we are talking about fire, to calculate the fire, we are saying, okay, we have our assets, tangible and non-tangible, are worth 100,000. The exposure factor of the fire will be 30%, meaning that if a fire happens, my loss will be 30% of the assets value. From where they are getting those values, there is different way for getting that. There is some standards, there is historical information, but actually inside the exam, you will be giving those information. You have one vulnerability that we are analyzing, and he will give you the assets value is that much, the exposure vector is that much. Then you need to calculate something called SLE, or single loss expectancy, which is equal to AV multiply EF. That means every time the fire happen, how much we're gonna lose. So it should be 30% multiply 100,000, right? So it will be 30,000. So the first formula that you need to memorize will be the single loss expectancy, which in our case will be 30,000. Then he will give you another input. So 3 input you should have inside the question, and you need to calculate 2 formula. The third input, it's called ARO, or annual rate occurrency. That means this vulnerability that we are talking about, how many times it happened per year. And it's usually an integer. I mean, if it happened 1 per year, so it should be 1. If it happens 3 times per year, it should be 3. What if it happened 1 every 3 years? It should be 1 over 3. 1 I mean, it should be 1 over n. The formula should be 1 over n, where n is the number of occurrence of this event. So if we are talking that this event happened 1 every year, so it should be 1. What if it was 1 every 3 years? I'm sorry, n is number of year. So it will be 1 over 3. So we are talking about 0.3. So the ARO will be the 0.3. So ARO is the annual rate occurrence. Now, the last formulas that you need to calculate. So you have 3 input and you have 2 formula you need to memorize. The input that will be giving to you will be the AV, assets value, will be the exposure factor, which is the amount of damage that will happen if any vulnerability took place, and will be the ARO, which is the annual loss expectancy. And we should end up with ALE, annual loss expectancy. According to that, what is my annual loss expectancy from the fire? Should be SLE multiply ARO. So it should be 30%, 30,000 multiply 0.3. Let's open the calculator. So we are talking about 30%, 30,000, 1, 2, 3, multiply. By the way, you'll be allowed to a calculator inside the exam, 0.3, and the value should be 9,000. So our ALE will be 9,000. Okay, so what exactly that mean? That means I should not spend on fire equipment more than 9,000 per year, because the amount that will, the loss from fire will be 9,000. So it doesn't make any sense that my loss will be 9,000 and I'm going to spend 20,000 on fire equipment. So this is a very important part inside risk, the cost effectiveness. It's not about just implementing the latest and the greatest technology to reduce the risk. It should be cost effective. And actually, sometimes inside the exam, you will not get the questions that straightforward. But he will give you a scenario. He's going to say that a team is working on risk in an organization, and they found that the assets value is that much. They found the exposure factor. This is the ARO. And they will give you how much the company spent. So he will tell you the company has spent 14,000. Is it cost effective? Plus or minus? So you need to calculate to understand how much they actually should be spending and how really they spend according to the question. And you give your opinion, this is not cost effective, this is minus 6,000. They spend more than should be expected. So this is very, very important formulas that you're going to need to memorize. And as I told you, the inputs that you'll be having inside the exam is that, and the assets value, the exposure factor, the ARO, and you're going to need to calculate SLE, and you're going to need to calculate ALE. And your objective is to understand how much you should spend on each threat, because you do that for each threat. Fire, hacking, physical security, any threats that you should expect, you should do this calculation to be aware how much we need to spend on this specific control. So very, very important formula. Please write them down. Okay. Then the part or the vulnerability usually is coming from different places. So it could be theoretical, it could be actual exploitation, safety. So vulnerability could be different kind of vulnerability, physical, in technical. We should consider all kind of vulnerability and do the formula that I just show you. The area of vulnerability also, physical security. People who's working in operation should be analyzing the physical security vulnerability, electrical, software, network, personal. Risk type, we have the man-made risk, which is something like internal risk, theft, employee mistakes, or natural disaster risk, things that you can do nothing about it. So if you are in an area where there is a lot of tornado and flood, you have to work with that. I mean, you can do nothing about it. So when we are doing risk, we need to identify all the risks that we are expected, right? But when you do that, when you start sitting, and you should, because actually this is not easy to sit and to start thinking about everything bad that may happen in different area, in physical security, in technical security, in personnel, in HR. It's not easy, but you'll end up with a huge amount of risk. So I cannot assign or put a countermeasure for each one of them. It will be endless, because sometimes you have thousands of risks, not just 100. So after identifying your risk, we need to identify to determine the probability, and to put some priority on the risk. Some priority need to be taken into consideration. Let me give you an example. Assume that we are in an organization and we are doing a risk assessment. So we start identifying the risk. Now, this specific organization exists in a city where there is a lot of tornado and flood. So this has been considered as a risk, because it may happen and it may end up with closing our business for a few days until the problem, losing some customer. I need to consider that. But also we have a risk, for instance, for earthquake. But this is very, very rare that happen. I mean, it happen every like 20, 30 years. Now, if I have a budget to buy some control, should I divide the budget equally on those two specific risks? Definitely not. I need to give one of them more priority than other, because according to that, the tornado is happening every year. So the probability of happening is very high. So I have to assign a budget for that. While the other one need to be considered, but since it's a very rare threat, so I need to allocate lower budget. So when we are doing that, the identifying risk, you need to put priority, because you will not be able to mitigate all kind of risk. In doing priority, we have a qualitative and quantitative analysis. Quantitative means I'm giving a priority according to some number I have. The last 10 years, a fire happened every year. I know this is very, pessimistic, but for instance, so I'm putting priority according to number. While qualitative risk analysis mean identifying the probability of the risk, but based on the best practice. Like I'm saying this most likely to happen. I cannot put the figures, but I'm putting most likely or will not happen. So I'm giving names, but I cannot give numbers. So this is how to identify the qualitative analysis. Likelihood, we need to know the risk, we need to know the impact. This is the formula I was telling you about, extremely important. And you should understand what is a qualitative analysis and quantitative analysis. Very important thing about the safeguard or about the countermeasure, it should be cost effectiveness. You will be requested to evaluate the effectiveness of the cost from the question. It should reduce the risk. You should not implement a control that will increase the risk, and it should be practical, not a theoretical part. So when you implement a control, it should match those points. So you should not suggest theoretical things that cannot be implemented. But the first one, cost effective, and this is what he may ask you inside the exam. And as I told you, it will not be a straightforward question. He will give you a scenario. He will tell you how much they spend on countermeasure, and he will ask you your opinion. So you need to calculate, and you need to get the annual loss expectancy and to figure out what is the better amount to be, or the best amount to be spent on this specific risk. Let's take an exam question related to risk management. Risk management can be very complex and overwhelming. It's virtually impossible to consider every possible scenario during a risk analysis, which is true. Very hard to analyze all different scenario or all possible scenario. However, threats are methods available that can produce better results. Which of the following would provide the best results when carrying out risk analysis? Do more quality analysis, more qualitative analysis, which we explained before, use manual audit, use existing automated tools, or focus primarily on the critical assets. So which one is the best way for doing risk analysis? What do you think? Doing a qualitative analysis, you remember that qualitative analysis, it's a part of the risk analysis. It's not the full process. So definitely this is not the right one. Use a manual audit, and manually mean it's not precise or it will not be effective. Focus primarily on the critical assets. This is also a part of the risk analysis, but it's not the full risk analysis. So the right answer will be using an existing automated tool, because the automated tool will have a lot of scenarios, will have a lot of built-in capability with surveys and so on. So it will give you better results. And the explanation of this question, as you can see, is that using an automated tools, which is usually has a lot of information in their database that can be used right away, instead of figuring those information out, will give you a better result. So the points that I'm trying to raise here, first, that when it comes to things like risk analysis or risk assessment, using an automated tool, it's much more effective and will give you better results. That's why in the next lectures, I will forward to two of the major automated tools that we usually use in risk assessment. Those are expensive tools, by the way, but you should be aware of them. Because as we agreed at the beginning, it's not about the concept, but also you need to know what is in the market today, in case you sit for an interview or you join a job where they are using these tools. The next lecture, it's not a part of the exam, but just showing you a couple of tools like Archer, for instance, from RSA, which is a very effective risk assessment tool, or ARIS, they also have a GRC, and so on. But I believe Archer is most common and used in different entity. So I just want to show you one of those automated tools for your own knowledge, not for the exam purpose. Another point that I would like to clarify is that a very important factor that you need to consider to pass the exam is to think like IC2. This is quite important, because sometimes you may find one of those answers more realistic to you. It's not about what is realistic to you, it's what about IC2 is thinking. It's very, very important to get their mentality to be able to pass the exam. And you'll get that by time, you don't have to worry about that. You're going to take a lot of exam questions and you will know how IC2 are thinking, and you're going to get the same mentality.
Hi, thank you for joining me to learn more about RSA Archer's IT and security risk management solution. Today, technology risk is top of mind for all organizations. With the increasing reliance on technology for your business, it has become harder and harder to clearly see where IT and security risks are, where they are emerging, and at what velocity the threat is approaching. Decisions must be made quickly to respond effectively and appropriately to these issues. Hesitation or indecision can result in a serious impact to your business. It seems almost every day a story of a data breach grabs the headlines. These breaches and other technology-related issues can cause serious reputational and financial damage. The high-profile nature of these incidents is driving more and more scrutiny from executives on how your organization is dealing with the increased cyber risk. In today's complex business and technology-driven market, digital risk and business risk are inseparable. But too often, doing the right thing to manage IT and security risk is hidden beneath data and manual processes. To turn the tide, IT and security risks must be put in terms of business impact and managed in the context of broader regulatory and operational risk. You must look for ways to streamline processes to work with your technology infrastructures to manage and reduce risk. The final goal is to implement an efficient risk management program, giving your business the opportunity to achieve its objectives. RSA Archer empowers you to manage digital risk on one configurable platform, leveraging a common framework in the context of your business. The RSA Archer IT and Security Risk Management solution enables IT and security functions to understand the impact of issues to business and IT assets. The solution helps you establish IT and security policies and standards to implement practices aligned with regulatory data protection standards. By providing an end-to-end solution for security operations to deal with the day-to-day security events, RSA Archer can improve how you detect and respond to attacks. Our solution can also enable you to identify and remediate security deficiencies with efficient methods to manage issues ranging from control compliance to threats and vulnerability management. Finally, your organization can implement risk assessment and monitoring with efficient methods to get a clear picture of IT and security risk. RSA Archer IT and Security Risk Management allows you to focus on what is most impactful to your business, implement effective controls, and adjust your efforts to meet your business objectives by lowering overall IT and security risk, minimizing costs related to security incidents and compliance, and streamlining processes to identify, measure, and monitor IT risks. RSA recognizes that not all organizations have the same GRC needs or maturity levels. We've built the RSA Archer GRC solutions using an integrated use case approach so that you can address your organization's specific needs. Each use case includes the necessary components to implement best practices while driving an integrated strategy. Our approach enables you to focus on key processes that work together to mature your GRC program, allowing your organization's program to grow incrementally as your needs change. RSA Archer enables you to take command of your GRC journey, no matter what stage of maturity your GRC program is currently in. We can help you take your IT and security program from a siloed approach focused merely on compliance to a risk-based managed approach to an advantage state where your risk and compliance efforts are a competitive advantage for your business. Contact us to learn more information on how RSA Archer can help you mature your IT and security risk management program to become a key component of your business strategy. Thank you.
Welcome to ARIS Risk and Compliance Manager. This tutorial gives you an overview of the user interface and system functions from the system administrator's perspective. The system is opened via a browser. Users then log in with their username and password. Because ARIS Risk and Compliance Manager is a role-based workflow software system, the available functions and access privileges depend on the user's area of responsibility. System administrators can view their tasks and messages in the Home area. The available clients and associated hierarchy elements are displayed in the Hierarchies area. These include application system types, financial statement items, organization, and process. Clicking a hierarchy element opens it for editing. Under Evaluation, users can create various assessments for test and risk management, as well as forecasts regarding the generation of test cases and risk assessments. In the Administration area, data for users, risks, controls, test definitions, etc. can be edited. Administrators can also perform various actions, such as generating test cases, follow-ups, or risk assessments. A mesh zone URL can also be created to perform assessments using the ARIS mesh zone tool. In addition, monitoring of various system activities is possible. This tutorial described the user interface of ARIS Risk and Compliance Manager and provided a brief overview of the basic functions as performed by the system administrator.
After finishing the risk management, we're going to move to the business continuity planning and disaster recovery planning. Now, risk management in the previous version of CISSP was a domain by itself, and business continuity and disaster recovery was a different domain. So by combining them together, they make the first domain one of the biggest domains in the course. Business continuity planning is a very important topic, and it has a lot of terminology that you need to be aware of. And you will find good amount of question inside the exam about the BCP and DRP. So please study this part of the domain very well, take notes, and after finishing the domain, I'm going to show you the best way to practice the exam question related to those domains. So let's start defining the business continuity planning and disaster recovery and different terminology related to them and how to create them, besides the different document that is included in the BCP and DRP. Now, our first objective will be to explain what is the difference between business continuity or BCP and disaster recovery plan or DRP. Business continuity, it's mainly a business document. And we try in such document to identify all our business function and to give them priority and to see how to recover the business. What is the most important business function to recover first? So business continuity, it's a business document, it's not a technical document. While disaster recovery, it's a technical document. And once we finish this part, we're gonna see the sunflower document and see the definition for both of them in the sunflower document. So let me give you a small example. Assume that you are a training center. Okay. So training center, what exactly the type of server he's providing? It provides training. And to be able to run the business, what do you need? I need equipment, I need a location, I need equipment, I need desks, I need computers, I need instructor, I need operation, reception. So those are the requirements that allow the business to running. Now in the training center, we may have different departments. So we have the sales department, we have the training department, we have the operation department, right? Now, when we analyze the business, what is the most important department or business function that is needed for the business? It should be the training department. I mean, if you have a training, you have a course running, and you don't have an instructor, for instance, how can you run the training? You have the sales team, you have the HR team, you have the finance team, but you don't have an instructor from the training team, so the business will not be running. So according to that, maybe I need to get another instructor to become a backup. This is the business continuity. I'm analyzing the business. I'm identifying the business continuity, and I'm identifying the important business function, and I'll try to find some option in case any problem happen, I'll be able to run my business. So it's a business document, and as you can see, it doesn't have anything technical so far. Disaster recovery will be the technical document. I mean, for the same examples that we are talking about training. Maybe we need to have computer. What if a problem happen on the computer? We will not be able to run the business. So now I need to figure out a technical document that how can we recover if a failure happened to any computer, to take a backup from the software, something like that. So business continuity planning, it's all about identifying the business, knowing what business function is inside, giving priority to business function, and to identify what is most important business functions that you need to recover first, then second, then third, to be able to run the business. While the disaster recovery, it's a technical document. And actually, disaster recovery, it's part of the business continuity planning. So a part of it will be the disaster recovery. This is an example of business continuity planning, and I'm going to add some template to this lecture. But it's very important to go through it, because actually it's not easy to implement a BCP. You need to, as I told you, you need to understand very, very well the business and what is the critical business function. So for instance, when we were talking about the training center, I told you that we have different departments. So when you analyze the business, what is the important department? Or let's simplify the question. If I have a trainer and I have a reception guy that sitting at the reception area for all new student who is coming for training, which one is more important, the instructor or the reception? Both of them are important, but instructor are more important than the reception guy. The business can be running without someone staying in the reception area, while it cannot be running without an instructor. So now I need to have another instructor, but no need to have another reception, because I can run few days without. This is an idea about analyzing the business and the factors or the requirement needed for the business. So it's not a technical document, it's a business document. We have different kind of framework, but you're gonna need to know about mainly NIST. This is related to a fire department business planning framework. They are all the same idea, but let's go through it. And let's talk about the steps. So the first thing that you need to do if you are implementing a business business planning, business continuity planning, is first you need to have a project initiation. Before doing the process itself, you need to do that as a project. What do we mean project? Project has a start date and end date. So you need to say, I'm going to do a business continuity planning that will start on this specific date and will end on that date, and I'm going to need those resources, and this will be my deliverable. So it needs to be clear, and also this will be the project manager or the program manager. This needs to be identified at the beginning, because actually this is a long process, and unless you put an end date and you assign resources, it will never end. And you're going to do a lot of meeting and a lot of interview and a lot of survey. It's not an easy process. So you need first to identify your resources, identify the length of your project, and who will be responsible, who will be in charge. Once we agree about that, second step will be starting the business continuity planning. And how to start? By risk evaluation and control. We need to start first the risk. Identify our risk and identify the controls that need to be done or put inside the place. The third part, which I believe it's the most important part in this BCP, it's called the business impact analysis. I need, after identifying all the risk and all the threats, I need to identify if this specific threat or vulnerability took place, it will affect my business with numbers. The most important part in the BIA or business impact analysis, it should have figures, because according to that, the management will agree or disagree to do this planning. So it should say, okay, if our system get compromised, and I get that from the risk evaluation and control. I know that we had a lot of bad experience, and our system are not the latest, do not provide the latest protection software and hardware, and we have some old operating systems. So one of the risks is we may get compromised. On the business impact analysis, and we're going to see a sample during this course, you're going to say, okay, if it happen, if we get compromised, we're going to lose $1 million. And according to that, we need to have for instance, another server, or we need to buy some security appliance. So the BIA, this has figures. It will translate the threats and the risk and the compromisation to numbers. And it will show how our business will be affected. Okay. Now, once we created the business impact analysis, by the way, a very important point, the sequence of the steps gonna need to be memorized. So you may get asked inside the exam, what is the third step to be done in the business planning or the business continuity planning? What is the second step? But actually, I'm going to point to that from the sunflower once we finish this domain. After that, we start developing our business continuity strategy. Okay, so now I know if a problem happens, this will be affected money-wise or time-wise. So I can say, okay, if a tornado happens, we will be off for a few days. But we are a multinational company. We cannot be off for a few days. We're going to lose a lot of customers. So our business continuity strategy will be to take another site in a different location that doesn't have this kind of problem, and this will be standby site. So my people will be moving here, but if a tornado happens, I'll be moving my people there. This is a business continuity strategy. Fifth step will be emergency response and operation. This is considered a very, very important step in the business continuity planning, because they consider the most valuable assets inside your organization is people. It's not hardware, it's not information, it's people. So the first thing that you need to do in the business impact analysis is to have an emergency response and operation. Okay, how to evacuate people, how to tell them the assembly point after any kind of major disaster or problem. Doing that, we're gonna, after doing all the business continuity and emergency, you're gonna end up with a BCP, or business continuity planning. Now, after doing the business continuity planning and how can we continue our business in case of any problem happen, and where should be the list of problem and the effect of problem, it will be in the risk evaluation and in the business impact analysis. After doing that and have the plan, you should not just write the plan down and put it in your drawer. You have to do an awareness training program. People need to be aware of this planning. So if a disaster happens, they know who to call, or they know where to move, or they know. But if you do the planning, even if it was a perfect planning and no one is aware of, it's useless. So you need to implement the awareness and training program. Number 8, it's to maintain that. You have to check your planning at least once a year. By the way, all the plannings that we are talking about in the domain need to be reviewed once a year, at least one time per year. Why is that? Because sometimes the factor or the parameter that you depend on your planning does not exist anymore. For instance, assume that you planned that if a disaster happens, you're gonna move your company, you're gonna move your staff to another location that you arranged, and you're gonna use a specific transportation company. What if this transportation company went out of business and you were not aware of? So if a disaster happened, you try to call them, they are not there, they went out of business. That's why you need to maintain, you need to review that at least once per year to make sure that it's still applicable and nothing has been changed. Number 9, it's to inform the public relation. And number 10, it's to communicate with public authority. This is, in case for major things, fire department, police department, you need to let them aware by your planning if a problem happens. This is another framework, and I believe this is the one that you need to memorize the number,
NIST publication 834, and it's similar to what we explained, maybe less steps, but it's similar. You are developing a pilot statement, you are conducting a business impact analysis, and if you need to memorize steps, it should be from the NIST, not from the first one. So don't forget that the second step is to conduct a business impact analysis, and then identify the preventive control, develop recovery strategy, develop an IT contingency plan. On step number 5, this is where the disaster recovery planning will come. Plan and test and training, and plan for maintenance. So this is the ones that you need to memorize, but I explained the first one because it was more detailed, and I want you to be aware of such details. The threats that we may expect could be natural threat, could be human caused, could be technology caused. So you consider while you are doing your risk assessment all kind of threats. So as we agree on the previous lecture, what is the most important document inside the BCP is the BIA, or the Business Impact Analysis. What exactly you should find inside the BIA? You should find a list of all the business function inside this organization. So it will explain how the business is going first. If it's a finance organization, if it's a broker, a stock exchange broker, if it's a training center, how the business is working, how the process related to business is working. So it will first explain the business, and this is not easy to do. I mean, you have to understand very well how the business is running. And in real life, you have to do a lot of meetings with different departments to understand, if you are coming outside the business, if you want to understand how the business is going and what is the important function of the business. So you need to identify the business function of the business. Like the previous example we explained on the previous video, if it's a training center, you're going to need to know how the training is going from the start. Student came for registration, where they register, and then those information, how they will be saved, and to how they will be creating a course and inform the instructor and request the material. According to that, you'll be knowing the main business function, and then you start giving them priority. What is the most critical business function? What is the business function that if it doesn't exist, it will stop the business? But you need to put that with figure, with numbers. So as you can see, you need to have a list of business function, and you need to give them priority. You need to possibility of reduce the efficiency of operation. We're going to see an example in a few slides. You need to identify the resources needed to restore. If a problem happened, to restore the business function or our business, what resources is needed? Technical resources, human resources, and so on. You need to know the estimated tolerant downtime. We're going to explain this concept on the next lecture. This has some numbers. But the most important thing for management is the impact of the finance impact. So this needs to be very, very clear. If this problem happens, how much the company will lose? Because you're going to identify a budget according to that. If you're going to lose 1 million, if for any disaster happens, so maybe you need to allocate 800,000, or maybe you need to allocate less than 1 million, but I cannot allocate 2 million from my budget for something that will have a 1 million finance impact. So the business impact analysis is very, very important. It shows, as I told you, how the business is running, where is the weak point, and how to recover the business, and what is the resources needed. Don't forget that human is considered number one. So inside the BIA, you should also consider the human factor, how to make sure that they will be safe for any disaster. And it make, as a goal of BIA, it ensures that your business will continue. According to this document, you're gonna plan for the BCP, and you're gonna make sure that if any disaster happen, you will still run your business. So this is actually a very, very important document. The process of doing that, number one, again, it should be project planning. So you should start by planning for the BIA. Has a start date and end date. Should not be an endless process, because I work with a couple of those processes. And by the way, I'm going to share some template with those lectures. And unless you have a plan, it will end up meeting with different departments. So planning need to be done, and project planning, it should be done as a project. You have someone responsible for this project, and you have a timeline. This project should start on date and end on date. And before that, you should have a management support. Unless you have a management support, no one will obey, no one will give you any information. You'll have very, very hard time. Then you need to collect data. I mean, how can I know, how the business is running, what is the income, if a problem happens, how much you're going to lose? So you need to collect data. You can do that by interview, you can do that by survey, you can do that by observation, but you need to collect the information. Do not take only from one source. Sitting with someone, he will give you some information, so you build on that. You have to take from different resources and compare between them. Because realistically, whenever you sit with some department, they will give you the impression that they are the most important department inside the organization. And without them, the business will not be running. Even departments that is not that important, they're going to do that. So you have to do your own observation. You have to collect information from different area, and you have to analyze that. And they usually say, if you need to work on this field, business continuity and disaster recovery, which is well in demand today, has high demand today, it's better to start with an expert. I mean, do not take a course or read a book and then go and do a business continuity planning for any organization, because it's a little bit complicated process realistically, and you don't want to take any risks there. I mean, I don't have experience. I go to the organization, I'm going to tell them that I'm going to do for you a BCP. And then you start going through what you read inside the book. And a disaster happens, they try to implement this plan, it's not working. They will take some legal action against you. So if you need to work on this field, that it's as I told you, it's a well-demand field, or high-demand field, it's better to start with an expert. So we are talking about data collection, the critical assessment, and vulnerability assessment as well. So we are identifying what is the important assets that we have and what vulnerability you are expecting. This is the BIA. Critical business process. This is actually one of the vulnerability assessment model or example. So for instance, they are saying the vulnerability could be a flood damage. Damage happened for flooding. This is what? This is a physical vulnerability. Okay, the risk of occurrence. This is, as you can see, qualitative. And they are giving from 1 to 5, where 1 is low and 5 is higher. Because this happens every 10, 15 years, so the probability of happening is 1. Okay, if it happens, what will be the impact on our business? It will be 25,000. And how to mitigate that, how to reduce this risk, it's to standing order or, sandboard or sandbag or whatever control you're going to put. Okay. Second one, electrical failure. This is a physical, and it happens from time to time. So I'm going to give them a risk occurrence of 2. And if it happens, what will be the impact? Will be 100,000. And how to mitigate that in the generation. When you give them to management, maybe they will accept some and do not accept some. So they may, for the second one, may mitigate. They spend 100,000. But the first one, because the risk is so low, so we're going to accept that. If it happens, we're going to find a workaround. And so on and so forth. So this is an example of a vulnerability assessment. Now, before going to the next lecture, I just want to show you the BCP from the sunflower and what exactly need to be memorized from there. So let me just increase the size a little bit. So the business, why you are doing that? To have to reduce the downtime of our business, to make the business working. The BCP is now government requirement in some country. I mean, if you are a supplier for government, they will tell you, before we work with you as a government, we work with your private organization, you have to show us your business continuity planning. Because if something happened to your business and you don't have a plan to recover, you're going to affect our business. So now it become more as a government requirement and major company requirement. So it became very, very important. That's why I told you it's in high demand in the market. So we are doing that it's a business document. And don't forget that the first thing that you need to do inside the business is the emergency response planning. So first thing inside the BCP is not how to recover the business, is how to make sure that people are safe. What is the scope, the BIA? It's a very, very important document. You should know what is inside the BIA. Okay, business impact analysis has the risk and it has business functions, the priorities lost. So the BCP, as you can see, it's a business document, while the disaster recovery, it's a technical document. In BCP, you're going to find some terminology, and those are very important, and most probably you will be getting some question about inside the exam. Now, the first terminology that you need to be aware, and it should be written on the first section of the BCP, it's called the maximum tolerant downtime, or MTD. So how can we initiate the process of the BCP? I mean, if you are doing a business continuity planning from any organization, what will be the first question you ask for management before start working on a planning and collecting information? So MTD, it's the maximum acceptable downtime for any organization, and this number should be coming from the management. So you're going to sit with the management at the first meeting, and they're going to tell you, okay, our organization MTD, it's 5 hours. Means that we can be down, we will accept to be down for maximum 5 hours, but we cannot be down for 6 or 7 hours. Our downtime, acceptable downtime, it's 5 hours. And as I told you, this should be coming from management. This is called the MTD. So, which is the maximum acceptable, maximum tolerant downtime accepted by management. And they will tell you, do whatever it takes to make sure that we will not be down more than 5 hours. So whatever problem happen, we can afford to be down for this amount of time. Some of them will be lower, like, government or law enforcement. They cannot be down for like 6-7 hours. They will tell you we can be down for 30 minutes, for instance. So the maximum tolerant downtime, or the MTD, it's the acceptable downtime by management. Now, let me first go to this one. So assume that, okay, you sit with management and they told you that the acceptable downtime, or the MTD is 5 hours. So you said, okay, let me test. Let me see how can I recover the system. So you start doing a scenario, you crash the system, or you do whatever scenario, and then you try to restore the business and to get functional again. It takes you 7 hours. So the realistic values that you are testing, it takes you 7 hours. What do we call that? It's called the RTO, or recovery time objective. So RTO, it's the values that you are giving based on the testing. So management told you, I need to, the maximum amount of time I can be down is 5 hours. You did your test and you tried everything, and you cannot be up before 7 hours. So you go to management, you said, I did, according to the resources I have, I cannot be up before 7 hours. This is called the RTO. Definitely, what will be your objective? To make the RTO equal the MTD, or to make the difference between them 0. So this will be your objective. So you can tell the management, okay, if we need to decrease those 7 hours to 5 hours, maybe we need to spend more money because you requested to be down 5 hours. So first terminology is MTD, second terminology is RTO. We have a third terminology, it's called the recovery point objective, and this is related to backup. How frequently should we taking a backup? If the question came asking about a value related with backup, the keyword with backup is the RPO. This is related to the amount of time where we need to take backup, every hour, every 2 hours, because according to that, I can afford to lose the data for 1 hour or 30 minutes, depend about how frequently I'm taking backup. Those are 3 important terminology, but I need to add 2 more terminology from the Sunflower, which is mean time between failure and mean time between repair. So let's go here and let's go to the last section here. Those values are very, very important. Definitely you get question about that inside the exam. So we spoke about the MTD, the RTO, the RPO. Now those concept, which is mean time between failure and mean time between repair. What exactly those mean and what need to be increased and what need to be, because most probably he will not ask you about definition or this is stand for what, but he will ask you what do you need to increase and decrease. Now mean time between failure, it's the time between a failure in any system. For instance, assume that I have a server and from the previous experience and from the previous history, I know that this server fail every 6 months. So the mean time between failure is 6 months for this server. Okay. Now, what will be my objective? Definitely my objective will be to reduce, to increase the mean time between failure. So I need to have the failure every 1 year, every 2 years, but not every 6 months. I need to increase the MTTF. While mean time to repair, it's the amount it takes you to repair the server. So assume that I know that the server will fail every 6 months or 7 months frequently, but it takes me 1 hour, 3 hours to repair it. So I need to decrease this amount. So MTTF need to be increased, while MTTR, which is the time needed for repairing the system, need to be decreased. Don't get confused about that. Take notes about that because it's very, very important, those terminology for the BCP. So the terminology are very, very important when it comes to the business continuity. When we are doing a BCP, you need to have someone in charge because you'll be doing a lot of work, you'll be sitting with a lot of people, so someone needs to be in charge. We do not call it a project manager, it's called the program coordinator. So program coordinator is the one in charge for the BCP, and he's the one who's planning and who's assigning assignment to the team and doing resources, and he will be the one accountable. So if a problem happens and the plan is not working fine, he will be the one responsible for that. This is the BCP team, and it should have people from senior management, from security, from business partner, for remote business associate, from IT, from legal. And I think if it's a government sector, they should also have someone from PR, because if a disaster happens of the government, someone needs to go to the media, public, and explain what is the situation. But if you keep everything secret, this is definitely will affect their business and people will start losing trust in that. Okay. This is their responsibility, the ones that we explain. And one more time, do not forget that people come first. So whatever BCP need to be implemented, the first thing to be done is the people planning. Now, this is the content of the BCP, the statement of authority, role and responsibility, plan, goal and objective, applicable law, regulation, and everything. It needs to be evaluated one per year at least to make sure that it's still applicable and that all the resources that are depend on it still there. So, okay. Now, when you do a BCP or DR, it needs to be tested. Otherwise, it will be something academic. So we need to test, and we have different way for testing. So for instance, we have a full interrupt test that we are simulating a real disaster and do a full interrupt. This will involve transporting people to other places and recovering, and it will take time, but you have to do that. We have another kind of testing, it's called the walking through testing, which is just sending this plan to different departments and they will check if it's applicable or not and sign. We have a parallel testing. You are keeping your business running, but you are doing a parallel testing on a similar site. So there is different kind of testing for the planning, and you need to implement most of them, especially the full interrupt, because you need to see if this plan is realistically or not. And it needs to be maintained one per year at least. Okay, so before going to disaster recovery, to close the BCP, as I told you, the business continuity planning should have some plan inside. And one of the important plan is called the emergency planning. So the emergency planning will explain, it's a sub-plan for the BCP, will explain what should be done for evacuation and for making sure that people will leave or will be evacuated in a proper way. Now here is the question I saw inside the exam. They are telling you if a disaster happened, what should be done first? First, number one, evacuate people. Number two, implement the BCP. Number three, implement whatever. I mean, let's talk about one or two. Evacuate people or implement the BCP. What do you think? I believe some of you may think evacuate people because people come first. But actually, you should first do the BCP because inside the BCP, it will have the plan for evacuation. Because you cannot keep screaming to people, evacuate the place. You're going to have a lot of damage and people will hurt themselves. It should be done according to the plan. So the evacuation plan is a part of the BCP. So it should be done according to BCP. It should not be done randomly evacuating people because unless it's planned, it will do a lot of damage. So don't get confused about those kind of questions. Everything should be going according to plan in any domain. The objective of IC² is that you should have plan for everything and everything should be going according to plan. Second part will be the disaster recovery planning or DRP. And I think the DRP, it's a sub-plan for the BCP because the business continuity is a generic plan, while the DRP, it's a technical plan for recovering the system. But not all business are only depending on the technical part. Some business have some operations, some sales, some training. So the DRP, it's only focused on the technical part. And on this lecture, we're going to see the same terminologies that we went through the last time on a lecture on the network domain, where they will be repeating the type of backup, type of rate, redundancy, and so on. So the disaster recovery plan, it's about how to recover the technical technical part of the business. And I'm going to add some template to be aware or to check how it look like. Now, in the disaster recovery plan, you're going to find the risk, what risk may affect the technical infrastructure, the cost and benefit, and the priority. Should be cost effective. In disaster recovery, you have things that need to be recovered on short term, mid term, long term. By the way, when we are talking about long term, usually, especially in planning, it means more than 5 years. So things not can should not be recovered all of them at the same time. I mean, no, unless your business needs it. But you need to identify what need to be done on short term and what need to be done on mid term and what need to be done on long term. So if you need to recover on short term, you're gonna need to do mirroring site. We're gonna re-explain that again. On mid term, you need to do a rebuilding. Okay, so one of the things that we are going to re-explain one more time, it was explained in details in the network and telecommunication, is the type of backup. First, before talking about type of backup, how backup will be taken. Are you going to take on tape or disk? Are you going to do a mirroring? Backup mirroring mean a alternative backup. Are you going to do a remote journaling, electronic vaulting? Do you remember what is remote journaling and electronic vaulting backup? Which is a remote site that take transaction by transaction, like banks, or remote sites that take bulk backup. So just to memorize what is the full backup and differential backup and incremental backup. Full backup are taking a full backup. Incremental are taking the last change, the change from the last taking backup, and differential are taking the change from the last full backup. If you don't memorize that, please refer to the backup lecture inside the network where this part has been explained, the difference between differential and incremental. And mainly the difference will be while you are restoring. You need less amount of tape if you're going to do a differential backup. In this lecture, we will be talking about alternative sites. Sometimes in your plan, for major disaster and for critical business, you may need to have an alternative site. So if a disaster happens and you are not able to run your business from your present sites, you may need to another site. You may need to move to another site. So in alternative sites, we have, let's see, 5, not just 4. First site is called the hot site, and another name for it is mirroring site. And this will be a site that is fully equipped with furniture and machines and even data. And the information are synchronizing from your primary site to the mirroring site. So if a problem happen or a disaster occur, you just need to move your people from your current site to the mirroring site. And they will be able to be up and running within hours. So the definition of hot site or mirroring site is the site that can be up and running within hour. You'll be having your business up and running. Then we have the warm site. And warm site, it's a site that has equipment and has computers and has communication, except it doesn't have data. So if a disaster happens, you're going to need to move your people and you're going to need to get the information tapes and recover or restore them. So it will be up and running within days. So as a definition, a warm site is a site that can be up and running within days. Then we have the cold site. It's just a place with light and communication. You need to have furniture, you need to have machines, you need to have data. And this can be or can recover the business or can be up and running within weeks. We also have a site called portable site, or sometimes it's called site on wheel. It's like a van where it's like, has some main devices that allow you to run the business from the van. Now, besides those alternative sites, there is a very important site and quite interesting also. It's called the mutual site. So this site also you need to be aware of. So let's see. So we have the hot site, the warm site, the cold site, the mutual or multiple. This is the one, or mutual aid agreement site or reception agreement. What is that exactly? Now, some business cannot afford to have 2 different sites equipped with all equipment. And after all, it's a site that you may never use. I mean, maybe the disaster will never occur, and you may have never to move to the alternative site. So you are paying rent and you are getting furniture and you are testing people, but you may have not able to use it. And besides, as I told you, some business, it's very hard to have a replicate site. For instance, newspaper companies that publish news, those equipments that they have are very, very expensive, and they cannot have a application of that. So another way for alternative site is that assumes that I have a newspaper. I can check for someone that has the same business but are located on different city or on different places, and we can have an agreement together. It's called the mutual aid agreement, saying, okay, if a disaster happened on my side, since you already have the same equipment because we are on the same business, I'm going to go move my people from my side to your side, and they will be working on your side. And if a disaster happened to you, you can move your people from your side to my side, and they will be able to resume working using the same equipment I have. So this is theoretically, it's actually very effective, except practically it's very hard to enforce. So disaster, for instance, happen, you take your people there, they are quite busy, they don't have, so you cannot enforce that. But theoretically, it seems very realistic idea. So those are the different kind of site, and you should know the definition, what should be up and running within hours or days or weeks and so on. So getting back to our presentation, so type of site is also important. Now, recovery team should be mainly similar to the BCP team, has every member of the team, and those are the people that whenever a disaster happens, they know exactly what to do, and they know where to start, and they have all the process. And don't forget those terminology, which is the RTO and MTD and so on. Okay. And we have also a team called the salvage team. What is the salvage team? Is the team that is responsible that once the disaster is finished, his responsibility start. I mean, recovery teams start when the disaster start. They start working, they have the plans, they do everything. Now, the disaster is finished, people has been moving to the alternative site. Now they are working fine, and disaster is finished. So I need to get people back to the original site. Who's doing that? The salvage team. So salvage team start once the disaster finish, and their responsibility is to retrieve the people or to get the people back to the original location once it's clear and once the location are ready to be used one more time. So those are two different teams. When a disaster happens, the recovery team start first. Once everything is settled and everyone has been moved to the other site and they are working fine, you need to get them back. Who's doing that? The salvage team. The plan also need to be evaluated periodically, one per year, and to make sure that it's still valid, nothing has been changed. And also we have some kind of checklist test, or also called walking through. We have a mirroring site test, we have a off-site test. So it needs to be tested as well. So this was the part or domain related to disaster recovery and business continuity. It's very important, and in today's market, this is actually extremely important. And most of the framework, like if you need to implement ISO 67, if you need to implement ISO 27001 or any type of framework in your organization, you can see that one of the main requirements that your organization should have a business continuity planning and a disaster recovery plan. So realistic is very, very important. That's why I added a lot of template to this domain. Let me know if you have any question. And I hope the domain was clear enough. Thank you.
Now we're going to talk about a serious threat to any organization, which is employee. If you noticed that the last few years, maybe the last 10 years, most of the major incidents that happen to company or most of the company and organization who get compromised, the main reason for that was the internal employees. And actually, I believe that more than 70% of the major attacks that happen because of internal employee. And think about it. Employee in any organization have close access to the data. They know the weakness of your system and your process and your control. And they are the weakest link. I mean, they can do harm to your company intentionally or unintentionally. Sometimes an employee maybe steal information from the company and sell it to another company, or maybe they get fired, so he need to do damage to the company, so he deletes some critical data, or maybe unintentionally, he receive an email with a link. He don't care. He don't follow the company policy. He click on the link and that's it. Company get compromised. So usually the employee represents the weakest link because they can do damage intentionally or unintentionally. That's why, as an information security specialist or information security officer, you should give a lot of attention regarding controls that you need to apply for employees. You need to do some process when you hire people. You need to do some process when you fire people. You need to do some process like awareness to people, saying that you need to be aware of the policy, and if they break the policy, there is not an excuse. Saying that I don't know, it's not an excuse. So we're going to talk about that in this and the upcoming lecture. So it's quite important to understand the threats that come from the employee. So how should it start? What control I can implement to secure my data against employee mistakes, and as I mentioned, intentionally or non-intentionally. First thing, there is a terminology that we're going to use in different places, which is called need to know. The data owner, he's the one that need to specify or determine the need to know to the information. So for instance, if you are a functional manager, you are the HR manager, or you are the finance manager, right? You are the one who can say that this guy, Jack, for instance, he should have access to those files, while this guy, Bob, he should have access to other files according to his functionality, according to his job description, right? It's not right to give all your people all kind of access. This is actually quite risky, and this is what may lead to problems and what may lead to a lot of issues and compromising of system. So you are giving, not yourself, but I'm talking about data owner will determine the need to know information to each job role. This is, as I told you, quite important. So we saw in some organization that it's not done this way. People get hired, so I will inform the technical team to, if this guy get hired in HR, give him access to the HR folder that include all the file of HR, or give him access to all HR application. It's not done this way. You should have a list of the people that has access to different system and different files from the data owner, and you should follow that. It's maybe like common sense, but realistically it's not done this way. I saw some company, when people get hired, just to save themselves effort and planning and writing down different access according to their job description, they will give any new employee access to everything, which is very, very risky. Another control that you can implement is to create a job sensitive profile that include what kind of security is required. So for each job, and actually also this needs to be done from the functional manager, we need to have a security profile regarding the level of security or level of information security he's going to access. And according to that, the administrator uses this profile to assign authorization permission. So it needs to be designed, it needs to be planned, and data owner need to be, by the way, data owner, it doesn't mean necessarily the guy who created the file or who created the program. It means the owner who is responsible of the file. And on the next lecture, we're going to talk about the difference between the data owner and the custodian, which is quite important. And you should expect a question about that inside the exam, but this will be covered in the asset management in the next domain. So, some of the controls that you can implement, maybe it's related to HR, but you as an information security officer, you need to be aware of things like background check. When you get hired, when you hire someone, you have, according to the job sensitivity, but you have to do a personal interview. You have to check the history verification, work history verification. You have to do a criminal background check, drug use check, reference check. And it depends about the sensitivity of his job. Maybe you have to do all of them or some of them. So the verification before hiring, it's quite important. Also, things like financial and history review, personal screening, lie detector in some like law enforcement or army, they are doing that. Security clearance. So those are some of the control that should be in place, especially by HR. But you need to make sure that they are in place. Another important topic that you need to do, or another important control, which is the NDA or the non-disclosure agreement. Each employee need to sign an NDA because he's gonna have access to the information, he's gonna have access to data, so you need to make sure that he will not leak those data out. So he need to sign this form, and I will attach with this lecture a couple of like template about NDA, but this is quite important. NDA, non-disclosure agreement, maybe will not prevent the employee for leaking the data, but if it happened, you have a legal document that you can take action using this document. So how it look like, I will attach a document, but it's a very, very important document that you need to make sure that all employees has signed before they get before they get hired. Besides, also depending on the sensitivity of the data that they're going to have access to or sensitivity of the information, you may change in the content of the NDA. Sometimes you may make this NDA valid till even after they leave the work for like 5 years. People who are working in places like intelligence agency or army, they are signing a lifetime NDA that whatever they have, they will not have access to disclosure even after long time. Now we're going to talk about some employment policies that you can implement in your organization to mitigate the risk of employees, the threats that's coming from employees. And to be able to use this employment policy, you need to understand their job responsibility very well. And those are the policies, the most common one, but you will not be able to implement them unless you know what they are doing. And also you need to identify the critical business function in any organization. Those policies used to be a part of the operation security. I mean, if you are doing the exam quiz that I show you before in one of the lectures, you're going to find questions related to those policies in the operational security part. But in the next lecture, I'm going to go briefly about each one of those, what exactly they meant. We already spoke about the need to know policy,
least privilege, which also means that people by default should have least privilege unless they need additional privilege. So someone get hired, I should not give him access to everything and privilege to everything. I'm just going to give him the minimum privilege, and then according to their role and responsibility and maybe new assignment or new tasks that get assigned to them, maybe I need to raise their privilege according to that. But by default, they should get the least privilege. So what I'm going to do in the next lecture, we're going to talk about each one of those policy in a very brief way from Sunflower, because actually Sunflower covered those very well. And I suggest that you do some, once you finish this part, that you go to the exam practice questions, or actually the quiz website that I showed you, and to solve some question from operational security related to the policy. But first, let's discuss those policies step by step. So in this lecture, we'll be talking about some of the administrative security policies, a major one. And most of them has been covered, as I told you before. So we have the separation of duties, that critical tasks need to be, or the role and responsibility need to be separated depending on the criticality of the task. Need to know. No one should be able to check or to see the information unless they have a need to know permission, or have to need to know. Least privilege, people by default should have least privilege. I know it makes a lot of sense, but in real life, this is not what's happening. Because I saw some places where, because people keep asking for more privilege, the administrator will give everyone the full privilege, and just to make himself comfortable and no one will call him. So a lot of those policy or a lot of those best practice are not really implemented. They are making a lot of sense, but are not implemented. Job rotation. This is actually mainly into the financials department, where you need to move people around. So people that working on a payroll should be moving to, for instance, expenses, and people on expenses. Because if any fraud is there and you are moving people from their position to other position, fraud will be discovered. Mandatory vacation. This is also in most of the financial department, and it's usually targeting the head of the department. So mandatory vacations, that people should take a mandatory vacation that should not be less than 10 days, because they can take a couple of days and still no one will be able to figure out any fraud or anything like that. But if he leave for 10 days and someone will be replacing him during the vacation, he will be able to discover any fraud. Antivirus management. How are we going to manage antivirus? I cannot let people install whatever antivirus they want and manage it the way they want it. No, we can do that in a centralized way, where we can update the antivirus, we can verify the activity, we can check the malicious behavior, and so on. Auditing should be done frequently. Closed shop. Change control. And change control, that what process do we have in case someone requests some change. It's more into the application part or software part, but assume that someone requested a firewall change. You have a developer team and they requested to open a port on the firewall. Do you have a process for that, or you just let those people call the network administrator and he will open the port for him? It's not like that. It should be written in a form, and it should be assessed. It should be validated by opening this port. Are we going to have any problem? What is the reason for having this port open? And then it should be approved. So you should have a process for change control. Configuration management, same issue. If you need to change any configuration, are you doing that through procedures, or it just someone calling someone and ask him to change any configuration? And patch management. Patch is very, very important in any organization, checking the update and patching the application, but it should not be done individually. Everyone should update or not update. It should be done centralized. And most of the organization has some software that manage that. So if we are talking about Microsoft Windows, there is a service called WSOS that do the centralization do this updating centralized. They have a server that has this role, wsource, and he will test the patches and then it will be distributed on the machine. So it should be done in a centralized way, Microsoft Windows or any other product. Also, I would like to show you a couple of extra policy inside the Sunflower, which I believe is quite important. Separation of duty already spoke about. List privilege. Two-man control, which is two-person review and approve the work for each other. This is one way for controlling the security. It's an administrative technique. Dual control, that two persons are needed to complete a task. It's like movie. When people try to launch a missile, the two people need to open or use their own key together. This is called dual control. Rotation of duty, we spoke about. Mandatory vacation, need to know. Employment screening or background. It's mainly into the HR part, where if you are hiring someone, especially sensitive position, you need to do a background check just to make sure that, you know, he's suitable for such position. So those policy you have to read, you have to memorize them. You'll be able to know the regular one. I mean, if I'm telling you list privilege, it makes sense. But what about two-man control or dual control? Sometimes you get confused about that. So this need to be written, the administrative policy or administrative management control, and to be memorized. Then, so those was the policy. Security auditing, yeah. This also, it's an important terminology, clipping level. What is a clipping level? Clipping level is to identify the level of error where you should expect something malicious. Let me give you an example. Some system will allow user to log in 3 times, try to log in 3 times, but if he failed to log in 3 times successfully, it will be blocked for like 1 day, and you have to call the service desk to allow the service, like banks. But some other service give a chance for 5 attempts. Other service give 2 attempts. This is called the clipping level. How many attempts I should allow the user to try to log in, and after that I should block it because it seems suspicious. There is no like a standard there. It depends about how complex your system is. So if you are giving user passwords that is 15 character, capital and small, and letters and number and so on, most probably, you know, he may need like 4 or 5 attempts. While if you are giving the user a PIN number of 4 number, 3 attempts will be enough. So clipping level, it's to identify the number of unsuccessful attempt that the user try, and after that you block him because this is seem malicious. So please write it down, it's quite important. You should audit the event from time to time, because a lot of people are just checking the logs and event just in case there is a problem. But actually you have to do that periodically just to identify your baseline, what is normal and what is not normal. So you need to do that from time to time. You need to identify the event, the time of the event, who did that event, and so on. Now also the security monitoring and evaluating any kind of violation is very important. Some people are doing that unintentionally. They're violating the policy, and some people are doing that intentionally. So it's very important to monitor people and to analyze the violations that they are doing. Maybe someone is doing something wrong because they are not aware of the company policy about that. But maybe someone is doing something wrong because intentionally he needs to do something harm to the computer. So I cannot give the same penalty for both of them. If someone is doing that unintentionally, he's not aware that he should, our company policy regarding email, that company mail should not be used for private reason. He was not aware of that. So I just need to inform him. While if someone is trying to leak some company confidential information using the email, this need to be taken in consideration, and a hard action need to be taken against this guy because this is a malicious activity. So I cannot give the same kind of punishment for both people. They are both misused the email, but in a different way. So you have to analyze the violation. Security team. security threats, disclosure, destruction, theft, espionage, hacker and cracker. We went through that before. Unauthorized access is a security violation. There is a physical violation type, logical. I mean, it's quite clear what we are talking about. Incident response. This is actually a big subject. And incident response, it's the proper action to be taken in case of any incident. So incident could be small incident, big incident, but you should have a procedures. What should be done first and what should be done next. So the first thing you should detect that this is an incident. A virus has been spreaded inside network. I should first detect. Then content, mean I try to stop the bleeding. Then I should start system cleaning, remove the virus. Then reporting and documenting that, so in future I can prevent that. Then assess training and awareness. I should do some lesson learn and start training my team, what happened, what was the best actions that was taking, what was taking and can be taken in a better way next time, and so on. And then evaluating our protection, and then vulnerability testing. So those are the steps in incident response, just to make sure things enhanced, so people will be aware later on what to do. This is the operation security, quite small module, and the only important is the policy, the best practice, the control, and this terminology, clipping, level, and stuff like that.
Even in case of employee termination, there is a proper way for doing it from a security perspective. So if an employee gets terminated, first you should disable his account immediately. And then you should inform him and give him around 15 minutes to take all his belonging. And why we are just giving him 15 minutes to not allowing him to do any kind of damage. So if you inform an employee that he was fired and you leave him till the end of the day, imagine the amount of damage that he can do. He may delete a lot of file because, after all, he's so upset. So you need to inform him, and you need to give him 15 minutes to collect all his belonging, and then you need to escort him to the door. I know it seems very mean, but this is how things is going. So terminated employee is also a big threat to any business. So from this discussion, this lecture and the previous lecture, those are some of the controls that you can implement to reduce this kind of threats, and to put controls on the employee, which is considered the weakest link in any organization. We have 2 points remaining in this domain. I know this is a very big domain actually, and it combines a lot of previous domains, but we still have 2 points remaining. We're going to talk about security awareness, and then we're going to talk about security testing. Now, security awareness, it's a topic related to the previous lectures for employees. And actually, this is a very, very important topic. Maybe you're going to explain what is security awareness and why we are doing it. But actually, it's a main requirement for any compliance. I mean, if you are ISO 27001 certified, or if you are following any kind of standard or compliance, you're going to find that one of the main requirements is to do a security awareness for all your employees frequently. It's not a one-time process. You have to do that once per year. And I saw myself, any audit that was related to ISO 27001 or any other kind of compliance, one of the things that they will always ask about, show us the attendance or an evidence that people attend the security awareness in your company. And why they are doing that? Because as I mentioned earlier, that most of the incident and most of the compromising system was because of people, not because of technology. So, as we keep saying the last few lectures, that employees are the weakest link in any organization. They may do damage intentionally or unintentionally. So you have to provide them with a security awareness session once per year. It shouldn't be like a full 5-day training or even a full day training. It could be like one session, couple of hours. And you start explain to them the threats, their role and responsibility, which is very, very important. Because the concept here that you should eliminate I didn't know. So if someone did something wrong, he should not say I didn't know, because if he's attending the awareness and he knows that he should not click on the links that come from an unknown sender or any suspicion email or any suspicious SMS, so he will tell you I didn't know. But if he attends the awareness and he will be aware of the new threats, what is a ransomware, what is a virus, what is the best practice when it comes to mails or SMS that will prevent any problem with the company network or data or information, he will be more responsible, because by attending the awareness, he cannot say, I didn't know. Besides, he will know that he's responsible. If he did something wrong, he will take a responsibility for that. And we saw that in a lot of companies that if people didn't attend awareness, they don't care. Whenever they receive an email, they will open it. They will download the attachments. They will click on the link, because people think, what could go wrong? But when they attend the awareness and they know that there is a threat, and if something went wrong because of their behavior or because they are not giving attention to that, they will face problem. Could be legal problem, could be business problem, but they will face problems. They will be more careful. So it's very, very important to arrange those security awareness sessions. And actually, I can share with you some of the presentations that I did for security awareness that you can do to your company or your organization or your department. And by the way, security awareness should not be done only for IT staff or IT department, but it should be done for all the company employee, from HR, from finance, from operation. Everyone should attend this awareness session. It's a main requirement. And as I was saying, whenever you have any audit, one of the main things that they are asking about, and evidence that people attended this employee. And they will go and ask some random employee, did you attend the awareness? Do you know your role and responsibility? Another objective or scope for this security awareness is to tell people that we as a company, we have a security policy. And you need to be aware of those policy and their location. This is quite important, because if the employee is using any company assets or service, there should be a policy, which we already explained at the beginning of this lecture. So for instance, he has a laptop from the company. You should have a policy related to portable device or laptop that's saying what he should do to secure this laptop. If he's using the internet in your company, you should have an internet policy. So he should read this policy before start using the internet, and he should by reading the policy, he will know what can be done and what he couldn't do it or should not be done. If you are giving people an email from your company domain, you should have an email policy saying what is the best practice and what should be done and what is not allowed to be done. And we already spoke about policy, but if you are doing those policy and employees are not aware that there is any policy in this company or in your organization, they are useless. The point is, you're doing the policy, then you have to inform the employee about the policy and their locations. They don't need to memorize all the policy, but at least they should know where they can get those policy. And they should know that if they are not aware of the policy, it will not prevent them from any punishment if they did something wrong. So you are saying, okay, fine, if you are using any service, just have a look about the policy related to this service, because by not knowing the policy, it's not an excuse. So security awareness session is quite important. And one more time, I'm offering some of the free presentations that I did for employees for security awareness, if it's going to help you improve the security in your organization. After completing the domain, what should be the next step? As we agreed on the beginning of this course, that the scope of the course is not just to give you the knowledge, but also to get you ready for the exam. And according to that, I have a plan for you that will allow you to get the skills and knowledge, and also to be ready for the exam after finishing this course in a short period of time. So what should you do after finishing this domain or any other domain? First, you're going to go through the book. Just go through the book that I shared with you. Check different topics. I don't want you to read the full domain because there is a lot of discussions there, but just go through the book and the different point, and if any point is not clear enough, you can read it from the book, or of course you can drop me an email. Then, which is extremely important, go through the sunflower. This is very important because sunflower summarize all the terminology in each domain. Besides, they used to point to the important topics or the important points that you may find in the exam related to this domain. Third, it's to solve the exam practice question related to the domains that you just completed. Now you're going to use the exam practice questions that I shared with you first. An exam practice question is very important because actually first reason that sometimes the knowledge is quite clear, but the way it's coming inside the exam, it's tricky. So you need to know, even if you know about the knowledge or even if you know about specific topic, how should you expect the question inside the exam? This is the first point. Second point, which is by solving as much question as you can, you're going to solve the problem of the prerequisite of this course. As you know that CISSP has a prerequisite of 5 years of experience. So not everything you will find inside the book. They are expecting that you have some knowledge yourself. So what if you are new to the field? What if you don't have that much of experience yet? You will be able to solve this problem from the exam practice question, because inside the exam practice question, besides the questions that you already knew about, also you will find some new questions about new terminology or new scenario-based questions. And from the explanation of the answer, you'll understand new knowledge. So even the exam practice question will add to you. So once you finish the exam practice question, what should be the next step before moving to the next domain? As we agree, this will be a very interactive course, in a sense that I'll be following your progress just to make sure that if you are ready to sit for the exam or not, if you are okay with this domain or you need to go through it one more time. So according to that, once you finish those 3 steps, which is going through the book and sunflower, and solve the exam practice questions that I shared with you, once you are okay with that and you are feeling comfortable, you should drop me an email to this email, CISSP@infosec4tc.com. And I will send you another exam related to this domain, but it will be a little bit harder. And I'm going to ask you to solve this exam and send me the answer. And from the answer, I will let you know if you are okay with this domain or you need to go through it one more time. But make sure to do the following. First, use the same email that you used to enroll in my course. Because if I receive any email from unknown student or it's not in my database, I will not be able to reply back. Second, in the subject, please write down the name of the domain. So I'll be knowing that this is related to which domain exactly. And finally, allow me 5 working days to be able to reply back to you. Most probably, I'll reply back to you earlier, but sometimes, and due to the huge amount of email I receive, it may take time until I reply back with the questions or the exam or with the feedback from your answer. So always allow me 5 working days. And by finishing these steps, by solving my exam, which is related to this domain, you will be knowing where exactly you are standing. Are you okay with this domain? Should I move to the next domain? Or you still have to go through it, or you have some weakness in some area? So I believe by following this study plan, this actually will help you to utilize the time to be able to ready for the exam in a short period of time.